from Zambia, and he's joining us virtually. And we're just really trying to ensure that the connectivity is functional. Is Prof. Thomas back? No, he's not.
Oh, there she comes. Yeah, use your phone here.
Colleagues, while we still wait for the Honorable Minister to join, can I maybe go around the table, get a feel? What are your thoughts so far? How are you finding the proceedings so far? I know it's a little bit early to be asking. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm a dad, and I think one of the big challenges in the world is for dads to step up and change our game. I've been a home dad. I got sick and I took care of my family. I'm really focusing that. I've been working for 33 years. And the one thing I realize is that so often we feel like we don't make a difference because often we feel alone. And when you talk a language of unity, a language of justice and peace, you actually realize that you're never alone. Our African struggle starts at home when moms are alone. And sometimes when dads are alone, when there's a division even within our homes. And when we talk a language of unity, when a dad and a mom stand together, that's how we stand by and unite our families and bring hope to our children again. And when we talk about the wonderful opportunities that are available, for me there are two elements that we need to re-embrace and encourage our children. Education is pivotal. We never stop learning. South Africa, I think we're a wonderful example, not just to Africa, but to the world, by the lessons that we've learned. But we know that our nation is a nation that needs healing. And it's a healing that is not just physical, it's a spiritual healing. But we know that the spirit of hope and of God's grace is alive in us. We are a rainbow people because even though sometimes in our hearts we weep, on our faces we smile because we know that the sun shines every day in Africa. And we must be the hope to transcend the challenges and understand. So for me, again, thank you for this opportunity. I really feel privileged to be here, but it's not just being here. It's being able to take a message of hope and hopefully implement by manual labor, by our own hands, a message of we can make a difference, not just in Cape Town, not just in South Africa, but in the whole of Africa and in turn in the world. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It all starts with self. Let it begin with us. We now have the Honorable Minister online. Over to you. Can you hear us, Minister? Please nod, Minister, if you can hear us. Perhaps check your microphone, Minister. You may be muted. We can see you, but we cannot hear you. We can't see you now. There you go.
Hello?
Yes. Can you hear us? I'm not. Yes, we can see you now. We can see you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, now you're audible. Over to you, Minister. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me now? You can hear me clearly?
Yes, you are loud and clear. Over to you, Minister.
Okay, if I'm clear, can I deliver my statement?
Absolutely. The stage is yours.
Okay, I'm going ahead to deliver my statement. Thank you, Chair, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends. Before I give my formal statement, I want just to say apologies for joining a little late. I'm in the rural part of Zambia, assessing the recovery of the 2023-2024 rain season, which was the worst drought in the living memory of Zambia, to see how our people in the rural part of Zambia are recovering from the effects of the worst drought. Chair, it is an honor to join this critical conversation on global justice and to speak as both a representative of Zambia and a proud African committed to practical solutions. We all know that climate crisis is not coming, it's already here. In Africa, we see its face every day. Failed rains, devastated crops, communities uprooted, and young people losing hope. And yet, despite being the least responsible for the global emissions, Africa is expected to bear the biggest and heaviest burden. This is unjust and it's unsustainable, and Africa is not standing by. We are bringing solutions to the table. That is why I stand here today to affirm Zambia's full support for the proposed Ecological Impact Fund, a mechanism designed to channel resources to where they are needed most, to communities, innovators, and governments on the front line of this crisis. The fund is not just another fund. It represents a new model of partnership centered on local innovation driven by African ownership, aligned with global climate commitments, and designed to ensure that technology transfer, finance, and knowledge are not locked in boardrooms but delivered to the people who need them most. In Zambia, we are already investing in green innovation, from renewable energy projects to climate-smart agriculture. We know we cannot do it alone. The scale of this challenge demands shared responsibility. Therefore, I call on my fellow African governments, our development partners, the G20 leadership, the global financial community to support the fund as a tool for equitable, accountable, and impactful climate financing. This is not charity, it is justice. It is also enlightened self-interest, because unstable Africa means unstable world. We cannot, and I emphasize, we cannot build resilience, peace, or prosperity on a climate in crisis. But with bold action, with tools like the fund, we can turn today's crisis into an opportunity for sustainable development and shared progress. Zambia is ready to lead and to partner and to make this vision a reality. And we look forward to the success of the fund and commit as Zambia that we are going to work with you all the way to make sure that the dividends of these funds go to communities such as the one that I'm in, who have had devastating effects of climate change. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for those kind words. We now move on to our second session. May I just request that Abiola Afoloyan is ready to moderate the next session. Colleagues, Africa pays more to service debt, and it pays more than it invests in its youth. The gentleman over there said he's a father. I can just imagine what challenges fathers have on their shoulders, let alone challenges mothers bear on their shoulders. With that said, it is important for us to start investing in our youth, in our schools, and in clean water. This is not economics, it is injustice. Let's begin this session with the truth. Debt must serve the people. With that said, are you Abiola? Please come forward. The stage is yours. We are going to be joined, please come to the front, by Prof. Jeffrey Sachs, who's joining us virtually. You can sit there. Prof. Homen Chitonge, who is present. Prof, please come over. Sit in the front. And Dr. Vera Songwe. Please come and sit in the front. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you so much. If you don't mind, I will stand to do my presentation. Just because I need that coffee to kick in. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. I hope you're well and welcome to the session. As it was mentioned, my name is Abiola Afalaya, and I'm the director of the Policy and Research Institute. We're a think tank within Bread for the World in Washington, D.C. I observe all protocols, and I bring you greetings from my leadership in Washington, D.C. I also thank the organizers of this timely symposium, including Father Charlie. Thank you so much, Father Charlie, for extending an invitation to me and his team, and also Professor Homen Chitonge, our host. Thank you so much for hosting us here at the Center for African Studies at the University of Cape Town. I also want to thank the seen and unseen hands, some of them sitting back there who made this event happen, some of them outside who have been very hospitable to us. This symposium is happening at an opportune time in history, one where South Africa is currently leading the world through its leadership of the G20. As the moderator, I have been tasked with unpacking through our distinguished panelists why Africa's debt matters globally and elicit from our presenters foundational elements of shaping a fairer G20 framework that takes into account the importance of a shift in posture towards equitable economic policies on the current and projected population boom on the continent of Africa. According to the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Africa's population has expanded from 283 million in 1960 to more than 1.5 billion in 2024. Wow, that's a lot of people, a lot of babies, being made on the continent. That is a more than five-fold increase, and in Africa is projected to increase to 2.5 billion people by 2050. According to a report by the International Monetary Fund entitled African Century, more than 1/4 or 25% of the world's population will be African, which means that Africa will carry substantial weight in the population represented in the G20. As some of you may know, the G20 stands for the Group of 20, and it's an international forum that brings together the world's major developed and developing countries and economies to discuss global economic and financial goals. To put things into perspective, the power that this group has, the G20, represents around 85% of the GDP, which is the standard measure of the goods and services that are created by a particular economy. That's a lot of dollars, that's a lot of money, that's a lot of power. Additionally, the G20 covers 75% of global trade and about 2/3 of the world population. So in other words, this group's financial punch in the global world order is a force that must be reckoned with. So when President Trump came out of the White House to receive the president of South Africa, he understood the power that the G20 had and the power that South Africa has. The G20, as has been mentioned earlier today, its initial primary focus was on global economic cooperation, but it expanded its policy focus to include areas such as trade, areas such as climate change, sustainable development, health, agriculture, energy, anti-corruption, some of the issues that we're going to unpack during these 2 days that we will be together. Just in case you're wondering, the G20 consists of 19 individual countries: Argentina, Australia, Brazil, Canada, China, France, Germany, India, Indonesia, Italy, Japan, Mexico, Russia, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, South Korea, Turkey, the United Kingdom, the United States, plus the European Union. And as you've heard, the African Union has also been included since 2023. So as the professor mentioned this morning, it's the G21. And I'm glad to say that I've actually been to half of the countries that, are in the G20. So, it's good to be traveling. So South Africa's membership and leadership is a proof of concept of what is possible when African countries are provided a seat at the table in building a safe, strong, and prosperous world. Africa can rise to the occasion to champion public goods such as economic independence. With the African Union's membership in the G20, I see this as a moment for Africa to see come to fruition the promissory note that Dr. Martin Luther King talked about of leveraging Africa's population boom, our innovation boom, and the trade boom as catalysts that will help achieve prosperous economies in Africa that not only benefit Africans, but create trade opportunities and welcoming environments to do business with countries in Asia, the Americas, Europe, and everywhere in between. Yes, Africa is open for business, but for there to be real progress, it must be on an equitable playing field that takes into account the vestiges of human capital depleted because of slavery and colonialism, systemic historical and structural inequalities, ongoing contemporary extractive deals, and challenges to thoughtful investments in localization, among other issues. All of these issues contribute to the debt African leaders accumulate, necessitating the urgency of debt relief. However, we all know that debt relief without accountability of African leaders and international financial institutions is like pouring water down a basket. This is why this panel's conversation is important, as it is about 5 months from when South Africa hands over the baton to the United States. Our distinguished panelists will help diagnose the roots of Africa's debt crisis in the historical and structural inequalities of the global financial architecture. Part of it is that a lot of African leaders were not at the table when a lot of financial institutions were being created, when a lot of the multilateral entities were being created. So the African voice was not really represented. Our panelists will also assess how debt servicing undermines investment in human development, whether as it relates to school feeding, an issue that I care very deeply about, and educational infrastructure, health, or empowering small and medium-sized enterprises, the very backbone of all economies in Africa, the Americas, and the world over. Our panelists will also explore bold reforms, options to shift from extractive debt dynamics towards fiscal justice and resilience. In conclusion, the concept of debt relief as a public good is also grounded in most faith traditions. For example, the Jubilee year in the Bible was meant to happen every 50 years. It was intended to be a year of liberation, an economic, cultural, and environmental reset. and an expression of God's desire for all creation to flourish. The year of Jubilee was a year of releasing people from their debts, releasing enslaved people, returning property to its owners, and resting the land. It honored the principle that God's people have a part to play in setting things right. And indeed, the late Pope Francis, one of my favorite popes, has declared 2025 a year of Jubilee Year of Hope. May his soul rest in peace. In addition to being part of the Jubilee campaign led by faith leaders at Bread for the World, we celebrated our Jubilee year 2 weeks ago in Washington, D.C. At the Museum of the Bible. We had about 500 of our advocates who also visited their members of Congress to advocate for global public goods. Additionally, our 2-year policy change agenda also works to address this issue of debt and the importance of advocating for freedom from debt. If we are to take our cue from God Almighty, the concept of debt relief has a faith underpinning and justification. And so as we gather here today, both secular and non-secular, intellectuals and preachers, thinkers and leaders, we reflect a confluence of God's policies informing the policies of humankind in a way that can be transformative for our world, for our youth, and for the next generation, who we hope bless us from the actions that we take at this symposium and beyond. So without much ado, I present to you our distinguished panelists who, through their perspectives, through their work, will help us challenge the status quo. The issue of debt can no longer be business as usual. We need bold ideas to propel us forward, ideas that can scare us, ideas that must scare us, but in a good way. I hope you, our audience, our distinguished audience, will also take notes and hope you share your ideas for a walkway path that would contribute to the issue of debt relief and the key role that the G20 should and must play in making our policy recommendations come to reality. First up, we have Professor Jeffrey Sachs, and I believe that his bio is projected, but I'll just cover quickly. He is the director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University, where he's directed the Earth Institute. He's very accomplished. He's been an advisor to 3 United Nations Secretaries General and currently serves as an SDG advocate under Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Next, you will hear from Professor Herman Chitange, our host today, and he is an accomplished professor of African Studies at the Center for African Studies here at the University of Cape Town. He's a visiting research fellow in the Global Justice Program at Yale University and a research associate at PRISM School of Economics, and also a visiting fellow at the African Studies Center, Tokyo University. Highly published, his most recent books include Industrial Policy and Transforming the Colonial Economy in Africa, The Zambian Experience. And last but certainly not the least, I'd like to present to you Dr. Vera Sangwe. She is the chair of Liquidity and Stability, the Liquidity and Sustainability Facility, and is also co-chair of the high-level panel on finance for climate action. She is a member of the Global Financial Alliance for Net Zero and a non-resident senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. She was also previously undersecretary at the United Nations and executive secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. She has been recognized as one of Africa's 100 most influential people and was a recipient of the All Africa Continental Leadership Award, among numerous awards. As you see, I cannot do justice to our distinguished panelists and the body of work that they've done, but please join me in a round of applause in welcoming them. Over to you, Dr. Sachs. And then we also have a panel discussion that's going to follow, but I'll kick it over to Dr. Sachs.
You can complete.
Okay. And while we wait on Dr. Sachs, I'd like to present to you our conversation panel, which will follow after the individual interventions from our panelists. So I have Dr. Grieve Chelwa. As you see here, Dr. Chelwa is quite accomplished. I also have Dr. Mavis Owosu Gyamfi, Dr. Dauda Sembene, and Dr. Charles Abugre. I commit you to read their distinguished bios, but just really quickly, Dr. Chiwembwa is with the Department of Social Sciences and Associate Professor of Political Economy at the Africa Institute, Global Studies University. Very well accomplished in his work. And then we also have Dr. Owosu Ngafi, who is the President and CEO of the African Center for Economic Transformation. And then Dr. Dauda Sembene is the founder and CEO of AfriCatalyst, a global development advisory based in Dakar, Senegal. And last but certainly not the least, we have Dr. Charles Abugre, who is a Ghanaian development economist, researcher, social activist, and executive director of IDEAS. Charles Abugre is the current executive director of IDEAS. So it's really a pleasure to have these folks follow after the individual presentations from our first panel. So please join me in a round of applause for that group.
Is it 12? Sorry? Is it 12? He likes coming on time. Yeah. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. He likes coming dead on time.
Then we can use bios. Just protect his bios. Just 2 minutes.
While we wait on Dr. Sachs, just by show of hands, how many folks here represent academia, just to get a sense, or from universities? Think tanks? We're alone. It's just you and I. Okay, thank you. We need more company. How many folks represent faith groups? Okay, overwhelmingly.
Everyone else, yeah.
Any activists, organizations here, specifically? Okay. Key voices. Government? Okay, I see one back there. Private sector. See private sector back there, okay. Are there any youth groups here? What about groups that we would consider underrepresented, such as disability groups, just catch-all. Are there any groups that represent work in that space? I see a hand now back there. Thank you so much. These are all the voices that really matter when it comes to making policy change. When you have all these voices at the table, it's a whole of society effort. And so, thank you all for being here. And also, at the end of the day, these are the taxpayers. These are the folks who are paying taxes and voting the governments into office. So I believe that Dr. Sachs is with us, if I'm not mistaken. Okay.
We have my slides. Thank you very much, Chair. I want to start by saying that the DG in the presidency should come back and finish his course on derivatives and futures markets. I think UCT is a much is a much friendly institution now, and I think this time we assure you that you will be able to finish. All right. So my presentation, I'll speak about the date situation on the continent, and the presentation will have 3 parts. So in the first part, I want to give an overview of how does the date situation look on the continent. But my focus will be on finding strategies for building resiliency through what I call collective agency. And I wanted to use the term solidarity, but I opt for collective agency for emphasis purposes. And the collective agency is important. I know we speak about solidarity with the global south and global north, but I want to focus on collective agency for the African continent. And the reason for that is that in the current geopolitical situation, the continent has to do things on her own. And unfortunately, we have to work as a continent to have success. If we go alone as Mali, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Ghana, we won't go far. But the moment we come together, we make a very formidable force. And that will be one of my arguments that I make. The third part is I'll reflect, we were requested to reflect on what is it that we recommend to the G20 meeting in December. Just as an introduction, the date situation or crisis on the continent is a recurring phenomenon. For those of us who are old a little bit enough, in 2000, towards the end of the millennium, we had that campaign which we call the Jubilee 2000. And we were campaigning to cancel Africa's debt, and for sure, successfully in 2005, through the Multilateral Debt Relief Initiative, as well as the HIPC, Highly Indebted Poor Country Strategies, almost 80% of poor countries' debt was cancelled. And you'll see when we look at the trends in debt. The second point to make is that the debt crisis on the continent is a symptom of a very fundamental economic injustice. And that economic injustice derives from the colonial encounter, perhaps even way back, slavery, colonial encounter, neo-colonial stuff. And for me, particularly, it has its root in the structure of African economies. And I'll speak to that just in a moment. The African economies, unfortunately, we have failed to transform them. We're still running the colonial economic structure. And the colonial economic structure was not designed to serve the interest of African people. So we are running economies that are oriented to serve the interests of outsiders. And that is a problem. And the debt crisis, for me, arises from that structure. The third point I want to make is that the current debt debate focuses on reforming the global financial architecture. That's where much of the focus is, which is right. But I want to focus on enabling, creating, strengthening African collective agency so that Africans can begin to do things on our own, can take things and make decisions on our own and not wait for somebody to fly in from Washington, D.C. with a briefcase and tell us do ABCD. That has never worked. It's not going to work. And we have to begin to say, as Africans, what is it that we should do? So my emphasis is not on changing the global financial architecture, which is an important message, but I want to focus on what is it that as Africans can do to be able to create resiliency and support that agency. The fourth point I want to make is to say that, again, this is a little bit controversial but radical, and of course transforming the African economy requires radical ideas. And one of the radical ideas is that the continent has enough resource, financial, human, as well as natural. Enough resources even as we speak. We have this idea that capital has to come from outside. We have actually, and in a makeshift study that we have done, I'll show that we have actually more capital than the capital that we wait to coming in from outside. Huge amounts of money sitting somewhere in the continent, which if we mobilize, and I'm speaking about domestic resource mobilization, not in the World Bank sense of going to strangle the informal traders and make them pay tax. No, we have other resources that we can actually tap in, and that will be my argument. And the last one, I think that it will be important for us to come up with a strategy to strengthen Africa's economic and political sovereignty. I do argue that one of the reasons why we have these weaknesses on the continent is primarily because we are riding on political sovereignty that is more of a de jure sovereignty. The de facto sovereignty is when you are able to control resources to yourself that you can then deploy to master political sovereignty. But we did the things the other way around. We went for political sovereignty and we don't have economic sovereignty. So that's very crucial, and the debt crisis does reveal that. In terms of just an overview there, the debt crisis, so the green tabs there shows the debt per capita for the African continent. And in 2023, we don't have the 2024 figures. So each one of us on this continent, 1.48 billion people on the continent, we owe $1,508 to the global people. Of course, some countries owe some, as we'll see. But what is most important is actually external debt service. We are paying, in 2024, we paid $172 billion just to service the debt. And that has serious implications on what we do as a country, particularly in the medium term, social expenditure cuts, but also long-term investments from the public sector. That crowds out that. If we have to put this in perspective. The African debt crisis, if we put it in a global perspective, we see that African countries actually are not as indebted as other countries. One of the highly indebted countries in the world is Japan, with a debt to GDP ratio of 380%. But there's no debt crisis in Japan. There's no debt crisis in Italy. There's no debt crisis in the US. The US 120. African averages are actually 60. So why? Sorry? So why is it that we owe less and yet we have a crisis? Yeah, we need to understand that, and it's an important question. This is just to show, the selected countries in terms of GDP per capita of debt, and we see that the highest is in Cape Verde with almost 4,700, and the lowest is in Algeria. It was surprising that Algeria's debt are very low, and of course Chad. But I won't spend much on that. It's just to give you a sense. in terms of debt servicing, because debt servicing is a big drain on African public revenue. And I won't go into the dynamics of that. We just selected countries here that for countries like Ghana, 117% of public revenue, tax money collected, is equivalent to what they would have remitted to the creditors if they had paid all their obligations. And of course, you can't pay because when you send more than what you've collected, this is actually, by the way, before grants, granting aid and so on. This is just a net tax collection revenue, public revenue. And if you send more than what, then you have nothing remaining for education, you have nothing remaining for health, you have nothing remaining for climate resilience, you have nothing remaining for any other expenditure. And you can see, of course, Ghana in 2022, they simply put a moratorium that we're not going to remit. Of course, technically, that's defaulting in 2022. We saw it's a default in Zambia as well. And of course, I mean, when you default, of course, all sorts of dynamics came in and so on. But perhaps morally, you are justified to say, I can't give you all the money I have, and then I let the kids die in hospital because there's no medicine. Yeah, but that's the situation. To use one of the indicators used by the IMF, that the threshold for debt sustainability is 14% of debt servicing as a percentage of public revenue. You can see that these are some of the highly indebted countries, by the way. You can see that most of these are way beyond the 14%. And we just finished a study on 8 of them, and we are picking up the trend that when the debt service goes up, I will show it just now in the case of Zambia and Ethiopia, that you begin to see the social expenditure allocations going down dramatically. And that's where the problem arises, because if you're not spending on education, you're not spending on health, there's no way you're going to build a resilient Africa in 10 years, 20 years, or 50 years from now. We have to spend now in those social sector for us to be able to create a more resilient and sustainable continent. This comes from the ECA's calculations. You can see there that the average for the African continent, the debt servicing around 2018 overshoots the spending on education. As somebody was mentioning, we have almost almost 60% of the African population living in countries where we are paying more debt than we are paying for health and education combined. And this is what I was speaking about just in case of the Zambian trend, that you can see the orange level there, that we start from very low in terms of debt servicing 2013. We can go back a little bit, but 2013. And then we see it going up, such that in 2019, actually, the debt servicing overtook or bypassed the expenditure on social sector. And the social sector there includes education, health, social protection, and emergency fund allocations from the state. So everything put together, we are sending more money to service the debt than all that. Of course, I mean, Zambia stopped that and started negotiating, and we can see that it dropped a little bit, and then the social expenditure ticked up in 2023. So the impact of the debt servicing are visible from the numbers, but visible also on the ground. If you go to the countries, and we were just in Ghana 2 weeks ago looking at some of this and speaking to the people on the ground, confirming that, no, this is actually squeezing us, that there's just nothing working for the ordinary people on the streets. Right. The consequences also not just in numbers and so on. There are real people ideas, and you see the 2 pictures there. These should be familiar. This is the finance bill protest in Kenya. And we sometimes we think that the finance bill was just the government trying to. The government was pushed by the IMF after signing the staff agreement to raise taxes so that you can pay debt. And the people in there are saying, well, you're prioritizing debt and not thinking about what that does to us. You have others. And interestingly also that even in advanced countries, some of the activists there have actually been voicing their concerns, saying that this is unfair. We need to find a solution to, particularly for the African continent. And I like this one in Nigeria. Nigeria, not very highly indebted, but the economic dynamics there that one day, you know, the poor will have nothing to eat and they will start eating the rich. You know, so those are some of the dynamics that we see. Now, to my second part of this, so what's the problem with this? The problem with debt, and I won't go into the details of, you know, but just the picture here that you see, the map of Africa there. If you look around, that the top export, this here shows you the top export. What do you see? What is there? What are the top exports that you can see, if it's visible? They're all commodities: gold, platinum. I'm not seeing any laptops here. There's a little bit of conductors in Tunisia, but if you look at the rest of the continent, we are simply shipping out raw materials, and what that means is that we are getting only 2% of the value chain generated from there, and that's where the problem is. We can also look at this side of the graph. And this shows the commodity share in total export. So we took the basket that African country export, and then we calculate the percentage share of commodities. Commodities would be your fuels, your primary agricultural produce, and so on, unprocessed, most of them. And you can see here, Algeria, almost 100% is made up of commodities, and in most cases, one or two commodities. For Algeria, it is oil and natural gas. And you can see all the countries here almost there. There's some few here: Morocco, Tunisia, Lesotho, Swatini, Mauritius, with below 50. The World Bank uses the UNCTAD, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, uses a 60% threshold. If your export composition is more than 60, then you are a commodity-dependent country. Yeah. And you can see here that majority of the continent, the countries are actually commodity dependent. But what's the problem with that? Commodity dependency has two crucial problems that are related to debt. The first one is that the prices of these commodities are volatile. And imagine if you're Algeria, 100% of your export basket is made up of oil and natural gas. And the barrel of oil is going at, let's say, $92 per barrel. And when the prices plummet, sometimes they plummet, like in 2014, they plummet actually to as low as $28. From $92 to $28. Actually, in 2014, it fell from $108 to $31 per barrel. What that does is that it destabilizes your fiscal stability, in the sense that you can't collect more money to meet your current account demands. So the volatility is one. The second, and because of that, then when you have borrowed at a time when the oil price was high, and then all of a sudden it falls, you find yourself with a lot of money that you have to pay, and you're collecting very little. You're collecting a tenth or an eighth of what you are collecting area. Your ability to sustain that debt begins to be a problem, and hence the debt crisis. The second major problem with commodity dependency is that you capture very little value out of this. The platinum that is mined from Ratzenberg, when shipped, often it's cast into blocks that are minimally processed, and it's shipped to Germany for making catalytic converters, and then brought back into South Africa to be incorporated, because South Africa does a lot of car assembly. But if you trace the value that's generated by simply shipping platinum over to Germany, we are only getting 5 to 7% of the value. The Germans, by casting that platinum, mixing it with other metals, and making that pipe. Catalytic converters is a heat-resistant pipe that runs from the engine to take out the fuels and the exhaust part. There's no car, at least for now, that can function without that. Yeah, but they capture 84% of that value chain. Yeah, so if you are dependent on this, there's no way you can build financial depth, there's no way you can build resilience. You are more actually susceptible to this shocks, and any slight shock, it's like standing on one leg. If you can't stand for too long, if one is hit, you are grounded. And that's where the debt and commodity dependency comes in. So for the continent, and I work in the area of industrial policy, and what we need to do as a continent is to make a transition from that to this. See those young men there, they are turning these rocks. If we can turn the rocks into something, manufacturing computers, whatever it is, that we make a very big transition where we can capture a high value, and that value can create resilience, but also it can give us economic sovereignty. Yeah. At the moment, we are simply shipping these diamonds, or whatever the case might be, outside. And very little of this is happening. Very little of that is happening. It's not just in the mining sector, but we can also speak about that. Mali is the largest producer of cotton on the continent, but the biggest importer of fabric and apparel. It just doesn't make sense. If you can convert that into that, you'll be capturing as high as 60% of that value chain. Even if we say, okay, the branding, because most of us like brands, whether it is Gucci and so on. We can say the Italians, let them take the brand for Gucci, but we make it here in Africa. By making it, we capture 67% of the value. Shipping that raw cotton over to China, we take, again, 4 or 5% of the value. And the continent can progress because much of what we are generating, the value is externalized. We can't capture it. If it's captured in China, we can't tax it. We are taxing 4% of the value. So value addition is an important process. But for us to make this transition, we need money. We need money to turn that into this, or to turn the stones into products that go into the market. Where does the money come from? The conventional narrative is that we have to wait for foreign direct investments. And foreign direct investments have been coming to the continent for the past at least 4 centuries. What have they done? Yeah, they've kept us actually completely down. Yeah. So, and this is where my main argument comes in, that we have to begin to rely on our own resources. Of course, resources, natural resources we have, but money that helps us to buy the machine, build factories that we can begin to convert some of these things into semi-processed or semi-finished goods or inputs into other processes. Where does the money come from? And my argument is that we have plenty of money on the continent. So this is the study. I take this from the Africa Finance Corporation. They estimate that the continent has a total capital value of $4 trillion. $4 trillion. And the investment from FDI that comes in, it's roughly around 210, 220 per year, compared to $4 trillion. We have a lot of money. Where is this money? So 2.5 is with commercial banks across the continent. Yeah, this is what we call the banking sector. And then the rest, $1.6 trillion is with the institutional investors. Your pension funds, 455 billion. Your insurance companies, 320. This is for the total African continent. Your development banks, African Development Bank, Southern African Development Bank, all that, 250. And I think this is actually a conservative estimate. We should have more in development banks. Your sovereign wealth funds, again, that is a very conservative estimate. We should, our calculations, of course, we are doing our own calculations, and I think that should be a little bit up. And then also for the government, the foreign reserve and gold. The central bank, the South African Reserve Bank, 435 is also an underestimate. We estimated 700 for the entire continent, $781 billion. And of course, remittances. There are Africans outside of Africa in diaspora who are sending money. We actually received last year more money from Africans abroad than the multinational corporations sent in money. They sent in money $87 billion. We received $95 billion from Africans outside. If you put this together, it gives you $4 trillion. We can't use all that money, even in a single year. Our investment capacity, perhaps in bankable projects that has credible mediation from capital to investment, is roughly around 300 billion. So we have a lot of money, and if we can invest and then generate, by the time we exhaust the $4 trillion, we would have done amazing. It will be 12 years. And if we put in the multiplier from the investment, we will never exhaust that money. So where is the problem? Why are we not doing it? Yeah, it's the investment perception and mentality. There's an investment perception. Just 2 weeks ago, we were also in Abidjan at a conference convened by the Afrexim Bank, trying to estimate what are the reserves within the foreign reserves. So every bank, every central bank has money that it keeps. And what we discovered there from the central bankers themselves was that actually the money that is in reserve in Africa is not kept within Africa or invested in Africa. It's actually kept outside Africa. And we are paying those international banks to keep our money there when we are borrowing money at a very exorbitant cost, which is actually appalling. The other problem with this is that 60% of this money is in 5 countries. South Africa accounts for more than a third of the commercial bank assets, more than a third of pension funds. And so it's not every country that has money out of the 5. So, and this is where my collective urgency strategy comes in. How do we then enable this money to circulate in the continent for investment? And that is a big challenge for the continent that has operated in silos. That between countries, there's just so many, the colonial borders are so real that we fail to see how we can work together. And the politicians, sorry for my politician friends around, that it's been very hard for African politicians to work together. The initiatives from below, perhaps this is where we come in. As civil society, we have so many interesting initiatives that come from below. And perhaps it's for us to teach the politicians that actually, with a collective strategy, we have a better chance of succeeding in resolving the debt crisis, but many other crises on the continent. The politicians won't do it, but perhaps we have to teach them. The initiatives that we can use, just some of them here, would be to change Africa's investment perception and practice. The investment perception is when we get a little bit of money, we want to take it to Germany, we want to take it to Australia. And even the central banks, they would say, one of the reasons they gave us for keeping money in Switzerland and not in Togo is that there are no bankable projects on the continent, which is not just true when everybody sees the potential of the continent, particularly in critical minerals. So how can we say? That's an investment mentality. The other one, I think, is to strengthen the ecosystem for capital mediation on the continent. And this is an initiative that we can create to enable African countries access cheaper development finance. And there's an initiative here that has been launched was launched in February this year by the African Union called the African Credit Rating Agency. You would hear from Jeffrey Sachs that one of the biggest problems with the debt is that the credit rating agencies are biased against us. Yeah, they rate us so badly. And once you are rated badly, your cost of borrowing goes up. So if we can have our own rating agencies and our own fund, if the money that I was just showing there, we can say this is available and we have a system to mediate that from assets to investment, then we can solve that. And at Africa level, and this is why this initiative is important. The other one is what we call the cross-border listing. If South Africa has a developed equity market, why can't countries from Nigeria list there? Why can't countries from Kenya? And the other way around, South African countries can list on the Nigerian equity market, so that you then are able to access that liquidity that is in one particular economy. As I said, much of the money that I was talking about is actually in 5 countries. So why can't we do cross-listing on equities so that you can then access that money? And the initiatives there's the Africa Securities Exchange Association, the ASEA, was initiated in 2017, but it is unimplemented. As somebody was saying, that we have very beautiful documents and policies, but unimplemented. If you can implement that, it can facilitate the cross-border listing for companies that can then access and take advantage of the liquidity. The other one is Africa Exchange Linkage Project. This is a project in construction. It hasn't been actualized yet. Then I should speak a little bit about what then should I recommend, because part of what we are supposed to do out of this discussion is what is it that we take forward to the G20 meeting in November, South Africa's chairship. I think for me it's fundamental to first of all, fundamental to address the African structural economic problem, where we are so dependent on exporting minerals. Let's create a situation where we are enabled to add more value and create resiliency in our economies. And for us to do that, the second point is we have to invest in creating productive capabilities. Productive capabilities is the capability to make things, to turn stones into something that is needed in the global economy. By just not simply shipping out stones, we have the capabilities to be able to add value and capture that value within the continent. The second one is tighter regulation. This is as related to the debt crisis. Again, as much as we speak about the global financial architecture, we also have to look inwards and say, our own governments, what is it that they do with the money that they borrow? And there has to be a very strict system to monitor the contraction of debt, but also the use of debt. We have, in countries that you work with, we have stories of this money actually being mismanaged through corruption and so on. So we need the African government to strengthen their regulatory system and the contraction and use of debt. There is also one of the recommendations to the G20 that we would like to make is that the current system only penalizes the data. The creditors pay little for their mistakes. We need a system where if you are a reckless lender, for example, Odia State in Mozambique is one example, but in other cases, for instance, if borrowing under COVID, there should be a penalty for the creditors. They go scot-free. They get their money. BlackRock is busy campaigning to get their money back, but they were lending money in situations that were dubious in most cases. So we need that strategy where they also bear part of that. At the moment, the only system that is there is when you do debt restructuring, and then the creditors get what we call a haircut. But the haircut is very small, most of the cases. We need a bigger punishment for them. Thirdly, African countries should focus on domestic resource mobilization, not in the IMF style, but in the sense of saying, how can we make the resources that are already on the continent to flow into productive activities? Strengthen African collective agency, and this is one of the biggest one, that we need to create a Pan-African strategy to mobilize resources and also tackle the problems that we face. I also would like to recommend that there should be a minimum public investment that is ring-fenced, that investments on education, on health, on other things should not be touched to pay money to service debt, that you should ring-fence that for climate resiliency, and tell the creditors, the creditors that we don't have money to pay you, you have to wait. What happens now is, as we have seen, that we are very ready to cut the money that we spend on social sector just to service the debt. It should be the other way around, because we are cutting out lives. And of course, reform the G20 framework, particularly the debt sustainability assessment, which is the major problem in the current debt infrastructure globally. In conclusion, I just want to make one key point, that the African resiliency will have to be built from within. We won't wait for Germany or the US to build that resilience. We have to do it ourselves. And this is where the collective agency comes in very, very important. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Professor Chitonge. A lot of very bold ideas. Definitely, I am inspired. But this issue of collective agency, I think, is really critical. Looking inward, like literally, I see collective agency both as a noun and a verb. So a name and an action, right? And so I think that your research is going to be very critical for the ideas that are put forward. You don't only address the problems, but you also have very practical solutions that are actually implementable with existing frameworks. So thank you for your amazing presentation and really grounding us in what is happening in Africa and what can be done. I believe that Professor Jeffrey Sachs has now joined us. Thank you for your patience. And I know that Dr. Songwe also is online with us. We are running a little bit behind, so I'm hopeful that our two panelists are able to perhaps keep their remarks to around 12 to 15 minutes, if that's okay with you. And so, Professor Sachs, I read your very powerful bio with the work that you're doing in the US. I'm personally a fan of some of your work, so thanks for all your good work. So I'm going to kick it over to you to offer your perceptions and perspectives in this space of debt and its impact on the continent of Africa. So over to you. Thank you and welcome. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, greetings to everybody,
yes.
Greetings to friends. I'll be very brief. Unfortunately, I have to be, because of a very tight schedule. The basic point is the following. Africa needs massive investments, much of which need to be public investments in order to end poverty and achieve rapid economic development. And so the question of the fiscal space, how government will get the resources needed to make those public investments, is the central drama of Africa's development. And no doubt, debt service competes fundamentally right now with the fiscal space needed for investments in education, in healthcare, and in infrastructure. And the great issue that Africa faces practically, and by Africa I mean essentially every one of the member states of the African Union, is how to find the fiscal resources for governments to be able to carry out the scale of investments needed for Africa to achieve its development objectives. And it looks like debt is the intrinsic obstacle, but it's more complicated than that. And in a short period of time, I can't give a definitive answer to the question of what to do, but I want to make the following basic point. Debt service, which we've heard a lot about rightly, the amount that governments pay out
in order to adhere to their debt obligations includes both the repayment of principal and the payment of interest. And this is a fundamental point because of the following. Suppose the government owes 100. And suppose that the interest rate on that 100 of debt is 5%. If the debt comes due next year, then the government has to repay 105 next year. If the debt is coming due in 25 years and there's no principal repayment, then the amount that the government owes next year is only the interest. It's only 5. So a debt of 100 can constitute debt service of 105 next year if the maturity is 1 year, or it can constitute a payment of just 5. In other words, 1/21st of what I just said, if the maturity of the debt is long term. To my mind, the biggest problem that African countries face right now is not the size of their debt, but the short-term maturity of the debt. Countries are paying back 105, whereas if this were long-term debt, they'd be paying only 5. And this, I think, is where basic financial programming needs to be made. Poor countries should not be repaying the principal on their debt. They should be servicing the debt. The interest rate at which they service the debt should be low enough to be manageable. But the repayment of principal should not happen actually for decades, in fact, because a poor country needs to have that fiscal space now to put children in school or to build the power system or the access to digital and so on. In a normal world, we would not be facing the demand for debt repayment right now. But we are, and it's a complicated reason, but basically, the African governments have low credit ratings. When they go to borrow in the private markets, they borrow at short term, maybe at maturities of 5 years, sometimes even shorter than that. And so the principal is constantly being repaid. If there was normal liquidity for the public sector debt, even that short maturity could be handled. For example, if I, as an African government, owe 105 next year, 100 in principal and 5 in interest, I could repay the 105 by borrowing again the 100 in principal. So my net flow would only be 5 on the interest because I would refinance the 100 that's coming due. And if there was a normal market for African sovereign bonds, as Vera Songwe is working so hard to create, then even short maturities would be handled by a routine refinancing of debts as they come due. But that liquidity doesn't exist. So when the 105 comes due next year, it's a crisis. It's not a routine refinancing. No government repays its debt net except low-income African countries. The United States borrows to repay the debt coming due. So does every normal government. They don't pay down the debt, they refinance the debt. But Africa is forced to pay down the debt. Why? Because the IMF is not doing its job properly, to put Africa's financing in a development context. This is the failure of the IMF as an institution, that it doesn't start with the development question, the fiscal space question, and then the organization of finance around that fiscal space. And it also results from the stupidity and cruelty of the so-called partner governments, which are not partners at all. The European countries and the United States have never cared at all about Africa's development. And so they don't care whether it's 105 being paid next year or 5 being paid next year. Of course, they want quiet. They don't want default. But they don't work hard to open up the fiscal space. They don't work at all to do so, I think it's fair to say. My own view, which is very heretical, by the way, is that the African debt is not too high. And I spent a lot of my career talking about debt cancellation and so forth, but I don't think that Africa's problem is the burden of the debt. The debt is, in the scale of the debt, the debt as a share of African GDP is lower than the debt to GDP ratio of the United States government or most of the European governments or the Japanese government. The African governments are not over-indebted if you measure debt relative to the national economy. But they are not able to refinance the debt or to obtain long-term financing. This is the central issue. I'd take the whole stock of African debt and say, fine, we'll pay everything, but 30 years from now. Thank you very much. This one-year debt has become 30 years debt. That's what the Paris Club should be doing. That's what the IMF should be doing. That's what the World Bank should be doing. In fact, if I were African governments, I would take on more debt to finance education, roads, power, and so forth, because I know how high the growth potential in Africa is, but I would not take on one-year debt or 5-year debt. I would only take on 30 or 40-year debt to give the country, the economy, the generation or two needed for the full-scale development. There are many issues involved in what I'm saying, and I can't elaborate on them. How do you take short-term debt and turn it into long-term debt? How can that debt be restructured properly? How can Africa obtain new long-term debt? Partly through development banks and partly through more accurate credit ratings, because the credit rating system that Africa faces is completely wrong. It views Africa as hopeless, whereas Africa has actually the highest growth potential of any place in the world, because it starts out farther behind and it can catch up, therefore, faster. So the credit ratings are wrong. The development banks have too little funding. African Development Bank operates at roughly 1/10 of the scale that it should. Afrexim Bank and other multilateral development banks of Africa should have a clear preferred creditor status and an even larger flow of financing. The IMF should do its job, which is not to police countries, but to help them structure their long-term financing for rapid growth and poverty reduction. And of course, Africa should work with new partners, the most important of which is China and the BRICS, the Belt and Road Initiative, the new development bank, which can really make a major difference. So the point I want to say is that the key is indeed fiscal space for African governments to invest a lot more than they're investing right now. That could mean more debt, not less debt. That could mean more borrowing, not debt cancellation. But what it must mean is that the short-term borrowing has to end, and we need to turn the debts coming due into long-term obligations so that there isn't this crushing debt service burden right now. The problem, though, overwhelmingly is not the scale of the debt, especially when you take into account Africa's rapid growth potential. The problem is that the debt's coming due right now, which it makes no sense for a continent that needs 30 years headroom for rapid economic development. I hope that these issues can get better sorted out in the coming weeks and months. We have the 4th Financing for Development Summit in Seville just in a few days. Maybe some progress can be made there. The IMF and World Bank need to completely rethink their debt sustainability framework, which is all wrong. It needs to be based on development finance, not on short-term repayment of debt. And I'll just end by saying that if you look at this carefully and quantitatively, Africa has the potential for 30 years of very rapid economic growth. And that should be our aim. And we should start with that proposition and then work out the mechanics of financing that can support the high investment rates needed for that breakthrough to long-term, sustained, high rates of economic growth. So thank you very much for letting me share these brief thoughts with you. I do have to leave, I'm sorry to say, because of a commitment at the top of the hour, but I will be in Seville to see people and can also readily follow up with everybody online.
Thank you, Dr. Sachs. Can you join me in a round of applause for Dr. Sachs? Thanks so much for your time. Before we segue over to Dr. Sengwe, just to reiterate some of the ideas that were articulated. So collective agency from our in-house Africa expert, and then Dr. Sachs. Dr. Sachs, if you're on, do you mind muting your audio, please? We are enjoying the beautiful music. We heard from Dr. Sachs the need for fiscal space. So there's the inward looking, which is what we do here on the continent, and there's the outward looking of what folks are proposing. And then there's also the third argument of Africa becoming a creditor to the world. How do we not just stop borrowing, but we actually become a bloc that's helping the world? But most importantly, I think what we're hearing is also the need for changing narratives, changing thinking, the way in which Africans view themselves in the global context. And I think the exercise of agency is very key to a lot of these ideas that have been articulated. Dr. Sengwe, are you on, and are you able to hear me? Okay. Dr. Sengwe, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? I can hear you.
Excellent. I can hear you loud and clear. Welcome. We're very delighted to have you join us. So I will kick it over to you. We've heard from the prior panelists around this issue of debt and its impact on the continent of Africa, and some of the inward activities that need to occur on the continent, given the amount of talent and resources that exist, and then the external reforms that need to happen. given the extractive culture that exists within the international financial institutions and the financial architecture. And so we will kick it over to you, to some of the work that you're doing around the liquidity group that you're leading. So welcome, and over to you.
No, thank you. I'm not exactly sure if you can hear me. I'm sorry, there's a little bit of noise in the background, but hopefully I can speak over it and it'll keep you awake anyway. Listen, I wanted to talk a little bit, and I sent some slides, but I don't know if you could, if you were able to get them or to put them up. But I wanted to talk, link a little bit, and I think the two presentations have been really good because they almost set up the stage for me and for what I'm going to say. I wanted to talk a little bit more about particularly the debt, the noise is getting worse, and where we are on the debt conversation, but how it links with everything that we're doing. And since we are really looking for what we want to do for the G20, I want to focus on what is the G20 message, because I think it's particularly important that whatever we're doing here, if we can, in this group and others, put some of the messages into the G20 is going to be particularly important. So I want to emphasize, and I'll stick with one message, and I don't know if you can get the slides. It would have been better, but I also sent it to somebody in the team so they could do it. I was not allowed. So let me just start, and I want to link the climate conversation because we haven't had a lot of the climate conversation today. But a lot of the debt problem has been exacerbated by the climate problem. Today, when we, sort of interview any members of the G20, the WAC, the global community, what you will hear from everybody is that climate is exacerbating the problem. Climate is a big problem. Business thinks climate is a problem. Countries, of course, think climate is a problem. None of us here can say that we have not been hurt by extreme weather events in the last 5 years. And so there is no way that we can talk about the debt crisis, growth, or anything else without including climate in that analysis. And so while Africa must grow, and this is the biggest message, and I think that's what Jeff was talking about, that's what Herman was also talking about, we must grow looking at how we grow out of the climate crisis, how we build resilience to climate, and then how we grow. And this essentially is talking about how we get out of what I would call, or what we would call, because I just did a report that I co-chaired with Maurice Kremer called Healthy Debt on a Healthy Climate, a Healthy Planet. We must be able to get out of a vicious circle. The vicious circle is essentially a process where today Africa has been going from climate and nature shocks. Many countries go from Mozambique to South Africa, of course, to the Sahel countries. You get hit by climate shock, you have to increase your borrowing to fund the disaster and the response. So you increase your borrowing. In the moment of the climate shocks, borrowing costs are high, so the cost of borrowing is a lot more expensive, but you're not borrowing to grow. You're just borrowing to get out of a former crisis, of an external crisis. The shocks essentially, not only do you have to borrow to fix them, but the shocks take you backwards because they destroy your core infrastructure. So you become poorer just because of the climate crisis, right? If you have floods in Mozambique, essentially homes, roads, everything is upended. If you have droughts in Kenya and East Africa, essentially it's your farmland that are totally dried out, it's your crops that are useless, and that's the sort of your basic assets. So not only are you sort of building new resilience, you have to refurbish and rebuild all of that infrastructure. Because you're broken, when you're broken, the cost of borrowing is higher. So you go to the market at an already very fragile state, you borrow at more expensive rates, and so you have higher debt levels and higher debt costs. Higher debt levels and higher debt costs means that all the financing that you needed to borrow for becomes prohibitive. You cannot get to it. So you can no longer borrow for energy, you cannot borrow for roads, you cannot borrow for technology. And so the vicious circle continues for you because of the climate shock. And so what we are arguing in the report that we just put out is that there is an intrinsic crisis that is created and a vicious circle that is launched from climate disasters that leads you to higher borrowing costs, more borrowing, difficult to access borrowing, difficult then to grow because you cannot build new infrastructure, and so you get into this very vicious circle. But we can move to a virtuous circle. We can move to a virtuous circle where we build green, more resilient infrastructure. By creating more green and more resilient infrastructure, we can protect existing assets, which means that we can begin to borrow for new assets with the fiscal space that we have. With that fiscal space that we have and borrowing for new assets, we can create growth, we can create employment, and that allows you to get into this virtuous circle of growth and development that we are all looking for. So this is the core issue, which is to say that we must, when we're talking about debt and growth, look at the importance of nature and climate in that circle. And so if the G20 could bring this together, I know that it's the G20, we're about to hand over to America and they don't want to talk about climate. We can use words like extreme weather to talk about this. But I think dissociating the debt conversation from the climate conversation will do a lot of harm to developing and emerging market economies, because part of our problem is really falling into this really vicious circle of debt, nature, and climate crises, which makes it even more indebted and even makes it even more difficult for us to borrow. So what we have suggested, and this year, and that's why it's even more important, and like I said, I'm going to focus on what the G20 can do, because that is part of the remit for this conversation, is to say that this year the IMF, in its mandatory and statutory requirements, has to review the debt sustainability analysis. Jeff talked about it and Herman talked about it, and to see whether they can do better debt sustainability analysis so that they can create the right amount of fiscal space for African countries. And so essentially, this is a mandate of the IMF. They're doing it. What the G20 can do, and we've presented already to the G20 Finance Working Group this presentation. So I'm hoping we continue to present it, hoping that there will be critical mass from civil society, NGOs, ourselves, technical people, that it shows up in the G20 communique. But that is to say that the IMF debt sustainability analysis must include debt and nature. But secondly, the IMF debt sustainability analysis in the past has had already a number of problems which have hurt us as emerging markets and low-income countries. One of them is that they have had over-optimistic macroeconomic projections. When they have over-optimistic macroeconomic projections, it means that they essentially project a lower need for financing for countries. And so when those macroeconomic projections do not materialize, countries have not made provisions for additional financing. And so they do not have the resources needed then to grow. And so, of course, they get stuck again in a vicious circle. So you have climate and nature problems. You have the IMF doing over-optimistic projections. And then you have biases on the markets. And I want to come back to the bias on the market from the DSA. Interest rates, credit rating agencies. You have, in many cases, miscalculation of what the debt difficulty is, maybe because they don't take into account SOEs, sometimes because the countries themselves are not reporting well their data, and so we find sort of misreporting that does not allow for a comprehensive debt sustainability analysis. Then you have political pressures on both sides. Sometimes it's the countries and the IMF wants to please them. Sometimes it's the country that needs to deliver something for the United States or for the UK or for France. And so with those political pressures, we give them a different debt sustainability analysis that is reflective of their macroeconomic performance. All of these issues have impacts on fiscal space. What is fiscal space? Fiscal space is the amount of resources, essentially, that the IMF says you have left, either to pay your debt service or to invest in growth and gross capital formation. Now, if the fiscal space projections are wrong, it means essentially that you cannot grow in the right way because, one, you don't get the right financing coming in, and so you cannot do the investment that you need. If it's not been included in the DSA, debt and nature, then it means that the resources that you need, because we know that resources to build resilience are much higher than resources if you're doing development as we've been doing before, then you don't have enough resources to build your resilience. And so when you have a climate or nature event, you fall down even further. So I think we do need to look at this, and we do need to encourage and actually put pressure on the G20 to ask the IMF to be able to review and revise the DSA analysis so that we can put this a framework in place. I've sent my presentation to the team and you can get the date. The last thing that I want to do, because I know we're running out of time, is to talk a little bit about the credit rating agencies and the conversations that we've been having around credit rating agencies, market access. And Herman said a lot about that, and Herman, you and I need to work a little bit on that. There are two issues that are happening with the credit rating agencies, and I really wish you could see my presentation because it's quite important. For countries with the same credit rating, the market or the creditors give them very, very different market access conditions. And so I'll give you an example. We have about 8 countries that are all rated B in today by S&P. Namibia has market access of 250 basis points above LIBOR. Angola has market access of almost 750 basis points above LIBOR. They are all rated B. So it's 200 versus 750. The difference between Namibia's market access and Angola's market access is 550. They have the same credit rating. And so basically what I'm trying to do, and we've done a lot of work, and as Jeff mentioned, working on market access, is I have created for the first time in the history of the continent, in the history of development, an All-Africa Sovereign Bond Index, which is listed on the London Stock Exchange and it's tradable. But what is more important about this is that it allows us, now that we have an index, which is globally accepted, to be able to see whether index for index, credit rating basket for credit rating basket, how does the Africa Sovereign Bond perform vis-a-vis the emerging market bond index, for example? And if you look at that, there is a substantial gap between our performance and the performance of the EMB bond index, the JP Morgan bond index. But even in addition to that, there is a substantial gap between how we perform vis-a-vis the JP Morgan emerging market bond index and how we perform vis-a-vis the creditors' assessment of us. So there is a gap between us and the credit rating agencies, and then there is an even bigger gap between us and the creditors. And we have rightly so been sort of talking and working with how can we improve credit rating. But we do need a bigger conversation with creditors, because even when we have the same credit rating, the creditors give us very differential treatment on market access. And I think there is a lot of work that we need to do in that space of what are we doing with the creditors. This falls a lot on us again, us being the emerging markets, Africa in particular in this case. We don't have strong enough debt management offices. We don't have enough transparency in our reporting on debt. We don't have liquidity of our paper, and we need to improve the liquidity of our paper so that essentially once people buy our paper, Jeff was talking about maturity rates, and the reason why our maturity rates are very small is because essentially people don't want to hold our paper for too long because the paper is not liquid. So we need to be able to change that. And the final point that I want to talk about is one of the reasons why credit rating agencies are so important for Africa and our debt assessment is because it's mandated by the Basel Prudential Regulation. And so we do need to also work with Basel and Prudential Regulations next week. Actually, on Thursday and Friday, we have the Central Bank Governors meeting, the Global Central Bank Governors meetings of the G20 in Basel, and I will be going there. I work with the Bank of International Settlements. And part of what we are working on is to see how we can relax, or at least not relax, but make Basel III recommendations more consistent and more level playing field for African countries. There's a lot of regulation within Basel III, which essentially makes credit to African countries even more expensive because we are not liquid enough. And so when you talk about a lot of African sovereign wealth funds and African central banks putting their money out of the continent, it's because Basel is saying if you put it on the continent, we don't consider it liquid enough to be a reserve asset. So you must put it in a jurisdiction where it is a reserve asset. And so if there's no African jurisdiction that is a reserve asset jurisdiction, then they will not be able to keep our pensions within the continent. And so these are some of the regulations that maybe we need to work to change. And this again, I think the G20 can help us do that with South Africa's leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Songwe, and for sure we will be sharing your slides because just a lot of information there. The key takeaways relate to made in Africa, like literally fiscal space, because Dr. Sachs talked about the need for fiscal space, and you went into the nuances of how we achieve that fiscal space. And then your argument really of an all-African debt sovereign, all African sovereign bond index is rather transformative because it creates an Africa-focused, Africa-led way of measuring the value that Africa brings when it comes to financial abilities, financial independence. And this can only come from an African voice, someone who's seen the way things are done externally and also understands the dynamics. And I'm almost certain that these are ideas that will go forward to the G20 because of just you don't just observe the problem from an intellectual perspective. You are creating solutions to the problem, and that's a big deal. That's a big deal because we can talk about the problem ad initium, but if we don't have solutions, we don't get anywhere. So thank you for your Africa made. When they say made in Africa, I'm not just thinking about the commodities as a final product. I'm also thinking about the intellectual commodity, where it's not just an idea, but it's a finished product that propels the continent to the next space. So thank you so much for your intervention there. And it was great seeing you in New York last year. Keep up the great work. I'm gonna now kick it over to our next panel, who are going to take us to the discussion really around reflections from the Vatican Debt Commission. And I believe this panel is going to be moderated by Mr. Wesley Chiambaba. Is he here, Mr. Wesley? Please join us.
Abiola, thank you so much for that wonderful session. Very nice and thought-provoking presentations from all our three presenters. Great facilitation. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Yeah, may we also just give a hand to our presenters, Professor Sachs, Professor Herman Chitonge, as well as Dr. Songwe for those very, very brilliant presentations, please. Hello, everyone. My name's Wesley Chibamba. I am from Caritas Africa. I'm responsible for policy and advocacy. I'm the regional policy and advocacy officer for Caritas Africa. We are super excited to be part of this symposium. Very briefly, Caritas Africa is one of the 7 regions across the Caritas Confederation. Caritas America, Europe, Asia, Middle East and North Africa, as well as Oceania, where there's Australia, New Zealand. So we have a membership of 46 countries. Basically, it's all African countries with the exception of North Africa and Somalia and Djibouti. So right now, we are privileged to have a panel discussion where our panelists are going to lend their thoughts to what has been discussed. But more than that, you'll be interested to know that before the passing of Pope Francis, he had commissioned what is called a Jubilee Commission. led by Professor Joseph Stiglitz. Professor Stiglitz is one of the Nobel Prize winning economists. He was working with Professor Guzman. So basically, they did research to look at the debt crisis in this Jubilee year 2025. And that report, it's called the Jubilee Commission Report. It was published on Friday, 20th June. It's there online, and we're happy to share it with you. So basically, we want to hear the thoughts of Dr. Greaves, Dr. Mavis, Dr. Dauda, and am I missing anyone? Yes, we have 4 panelists. So without much ado, I'll pass it over to Dr. Greaves. Please do tell us what you think, debt justice should look like. You are free to speak to the presentations that were made as well, but just for purposes of this conversation, please take us through what you think debt justice should look like. Thank you. Dr. Greaves, are you with us? Dr. Sembene, maybe you could pick it up, and then of course we've got Dr. Mavis as well. So Dr. Sembene, please, you could kick us off with that. Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Wesley. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you so much.
All right. So thank you very much. First, let me tell you that it's a pleasure and an honor to be with you today. We are very much delighted to have this conversation with you. As you mentioned, I was honored to be part of the GBD Commission that just submitted its report last week to the Vatican, and of course with my sister Mavis, who is with us today. So it's a pleasure to have this discussion with you. So to respond to your question about what does real debt justice look like, my sense is actually there are several aspects to these questions, and also to the concept of debt justice. The first aspect that I can think of is you really have debt justice when you have a balanced relationship between creditors and debtors. If you're not in a situation where one party has more leverage over the other party. And I believe this is extremely critical, and this is unfortunately what we have seen happening over and over again when we talk about debtors in the global south, particularly in Africa. And another aspect that I would very much think of when we talk about debt justice is the idea that you can really have some debt justice when the debtor sort of uses the debt proceeds for their own development and social needs, not necessarily actually to borrow resources and money to actually respond to a need that was imposed to the debtor by the action of other parties. So let me just give you an example. I think there is no debt justice when African countries have to go and borrow under very expensive terms to respond climate crisis when actually they're not the one who very much created that concept, or they very much contributed little to it. Of course, you might all have heard about the fact that Africa is responsible for less than 5% of emissions of greenhouse gases. So this is the type of debt injustice that where a country would actually have to go and borrow from the market or from other means at the very under very unfavorable conditions to respond to a need. So I talked about climate, but that can be also the case with other, like health, for instance. If because of the fact that the international community has not been able to put in place a very effective system for delivering global public good. If there is a pandemic somewhere, or if there is a sort of epidemic somewhere around the world, that actually other countries in the developing world have to sort of respond to it by borrowing money to respond, that's definitely not the justice. So I will stop there. I believe this is very much critical that you've addressed this issue, which is unfortunately a clear shortcoming of the global debt architecture that we do have at this stage.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Sembeni. I'm going to go to Dr. Mervis. And since we launched the report last Friday, maybe some of us here did not follow that. Do you want to speak to just a few salient features in the report, just some things that people might want to be aware of? Dr. Mervis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wesley. And like my brother Dauda, it's a great honor to be here today. So for me, the report deals with three key issues. It starts by looking at a world in which, the financial architecture is structured such that it does not, countries that are poor are disadvantaged even before they've gone into the market to borrow. So it really lays out the challenges in the current financial architecture, which is having a negative impact on poor countries. And the way it looks at it is it looks at issues such as how are the economies of these countries actually defined and understood? It looks at issues like what is the cost of borrowing for these countries and how is the cost structured? It looks at issues like the instruments that are used to analyze these countries, so credit rating agencies, debt sustainability analysis. It looks at some of the technical instruments and says, how can we make these instruments more robust? Then it looks on the other side, and it looks at issues at the country level. So it says, how do we improve borrowing capability within the country? How do we ensure more effective and efficient use of money at the national level? How do we enhance accountability and effective investment at the national level? So earlier on, both Vera and Jeff were talking about the fiscal space that countries currently have and how tight it is. So if a country has a liquidity crisis, who determines whether it's a liquidity crisis or not, and how that then becomes, how that topples into an insolvency crisis? So if it's a liquidity crisis, can we give breathing room to these countries to fix the problem before it becomes an insolvency crisis? And currently, we have no tools that are acceptable within the international community for it. So the report looks at some of these issues. And then the third thing the report looks at is what I like to call, and I think Jeff alluded to it really well, which is financing for sustainable and transformative growth. So, debt is only a problem if it is bad debt to begin with, and two, if it is used ineffectively, okay? Countries need money. They have different sources of money. One of the sources of money is grant, which, as we all know, is rapidly declining. The other source of money is concessional finance, which is not big enough for what the pace at which our countries, especially in Africa, has to develop. And the third is debt financing. So how is Africa able to borrow long-term debt at fairer prices to be able to invest in the type of economic transformation it needs so that it doesn't find itself back here in 25 years? So 25 years ago, when we looked at the last Jubilee Commission, we talked a lot about debt forgiveness, debt servicing for human development and transformative growth. We made progress on human development, but we did not make progress on transformative growth. So as countries have faced global crises, we are back to square one. So one of the things that I really like about this report is the emphasis that it places on getting the financial architecture right so the countries can deal with the debt crisis they are in, but also so the countries can then start to lay the foundation for transformative economic growth to prevent us having to have this conversation again in 25 years? I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mervis. And unfortunately, we're running out of time, but I've got two more questions. One, I'll pose to Dr. Sembene and then to yourself. So, looking at the report that we have and all the conversations that we've been having this morning, Dr. Sembene, what kind of reforms do you think Africa should rally around at the G20? What kind of reforms should Africa rally around?
Well, that's an extremely important question, and that's also a very timely one, because Africa is privileged right now to have one country that is chairing over the G20, which is South Africa. So we definitely have to take the most out of it to be able to very much hopefully have a transformative presidency under South Africa. I am also very much privileged to have been appointed by the South African government as part of the G20 Africa expert panel that is chaired by former Finance Minister Trevor Manuel. And this is exactly what we are trying to think about and see how Africa can very much push and reforms at the G20 that can serve its priorities going forward. So I will see a number of priority issues right at this stage that Africa should push at the G20. First of all, is to take this opportunity of the G20 presidency of South Africa to push for reform that can help bring the cost of capital and finance down in Africa. You may all know that Africa, unfortunately, is the region where access to finance is the most expensive and, of course, the most inadequate, and we need to address that. And behind that weakness and that shortcoming is the fact that African countries are unfortunately facing inadequate and inaccurate risk perceptions. Sometimes the perceptions of risk is way out of line with the reality. Africa also is facing a number of issues that are related to risk, whether it is the pricing of risk, whether it is, of course, the sharing of risk with the other regions, and also issues with the mitigation of risk. And of course, if you're not able to address all of those issues, you are not able to attract investment, you're not able to attract capital, and you're not able to very much achieve the objective of economic transformation that Mavis was talking about earlier. So we definitely need to take advantage of this presidency to address those issues. And there are so many ways that needs to be sort of explored. Of course, that involve actors like the credit rating agencies, for instance. I think Vera talked about it extensively, so I don't need to very much get into the detail. Even though we have a big project with UNDP at Africa Catalyst that actually do that, which is address the issue with credit rating agencies in Africa. But that's a critical issue. But also, it's not only credit rating agencies. I think Vera made a good case that you also need to engage with investors, which is critical, so that you can actually correct potential inaccuracies in risk perceptions. You also need to address MDBs, the Multilateral Development Bank, to make sure that they do their job well in helping address those risk sort of shortcoming in risk pricing, perceptions, and sharing and mitigation. This is their job, and they have not been doing it actually to their fullest potential. And actually, it is the case that the G20 has been trying to address that shortcomings with the MDBs. And so that's definitely something that Africa needs to look at. And so without necessarily taking too long, one other priority that I believe Africa should be pushing for at the G20 is to address the debt issue. Of course, our report, which Mavis has very much summarized, looks at this issue. And I think when you talk about the debt crisis that many African countries or many countries in the global south are facing now, you're talking about how you can overcome and how you can address it in a way that is very much effective compared to the past. So we definitely, and I think this is one of the recommendations that our report has made, we definitely need to agree on principles for resolving debt crisis. And that means, of course, there are some issues that we call for, which is that no country that is debt distressed should be in a position to have net transfers from the country to the rest of the world. Because if you do so, you're aggravating the situation. So that should be a principle that no country in debt distress should very much face negative net transfer. That's one. And there are many other principles that we talked about. I won't get to that. But once we talk about the principles, then you have to push at the G20 what are the actions that are needed right now to resolve the current debt crisis. And I think one action that we very much advocated for and recommended is at least to have some mechanism for suspending debt payment when a country is in debt distress or actually facing a shock. And I think this is something that the global community tried during COVID. Unfortunately, there was some mixed result because official creditors participated to the DSSI, which is the debt service suspension initiative, but private creditors refused to participate to that. So that's the type of thing that we need to solve and hopefully push the G20 to really take a stance so that we can address that. And of course, it is also critical that we have a functioning debt restructuring mechanism, which is not necessarily the case right now. A country like Zambia had to wait for more than 3 years to really have a debt workout. That's definitely not a good idea, because as you negotiate with creditors to restructure your debt, the country is, the government is unable to use the resources, the scarce resources it has, to address also other priority needs, whether it is on healthcare, whether it is on education, whether it is on the basic delivery of social services. So we definitely need to have a quick and timely debt restructuring sort of a workout that can help those countries. And last but not least, and I will stop there, it's important, of course, to take action right now at the G20 level to address the current debt crisis. But it is also more important to take action to make sure that this does not repeat, that down the road, hopefully 25 years from now, when the Catholic Church is going to celebrate the next Jubilee, that the discussion won't be about actually debt relief, but actually about other issues that are more very much important about transforming our economies and others. But for that to happen, you need to take action right now to make sure that you avoid and resolve debt crisis in the future. And there are many ways to do so. You have to keep the creditors accountable. You also have to make sure that the debtors borrow responsibly, and you also have to make sure that you address the global financial architecture that we talked about, which is unfortunately contributing to aggravating the risk to their sustainability.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sambene, for sharing those thoughts with us. A very quick one to Dr. Mervis. How can we practically link debt relief to social investment, in the education, health sectors, and leaving fiscal space for climate action? Because it can be argued that we've been here before, from the HIPIC initiative, the multilateral debt relief initiative. So we are possibly in a worse situation maybe than we were. So how do we link debt relief to social investments? And lastly, we are trying very much to be optimistic, taking advantage of South Africa's G20 presidency. How do we protect whatever gains we are going to make, considering the next presidency for the G20 will be with the United States, and we all know what that means? Thank you.
Thank you, Wesley. The first part of your question was very easy. The second one is different. I know there's a lot of conversations around debt swaps for health, debt swaps for food, debt swaps for climate, etc. But I'd like to begin by building on the point that Dauda made, which is restructuring debt or reducing the cost of debt so that the poor countries are not paying more out than they should. Okay, so if we can restructure debt and we can reach an agreement where debt servicing is substantially low, countries can then invest money effectively in these key areas. So, at the moment, on average in Africa, countries are spending between 30 to 70% of their revenues on debt servicing. That's a high percentage. It's a lot more than they're spending on health and education in most countries. And to make things worse, countries are borrowing to service debt. So you have countries that are actually going out to borrow to service existing debt. So they are borrowing not to invest, but to pay off debts that they owe. So not only do they have a net outflow of their limited revenues, but they're actually making the problem worse, because that is the only way in which they can stay afloat. And if we can reduce debt services for countries, we can really see, and it is effectively invested, we know what the returns will be. So, as I said, we've been doing some analysis to look at what will happen if you reduce a country's current percentage of debt servicing from whatever percentage it is to 10%, which we think is a reasonable amount for your revenue on debt servicing. If we could do that, a country like Angola could provide water to almost 2 million more people who currently don't have access to water. You know, a country like Egypt could enable sanitation coverage for over 2.8 million people. And a country like Ethiopia could ensure almost 230,000 more children get access to basic primary education. These are just basic human rights. And all we have to do is reduce their debt servicing from the current percentage they are at to 10%. And so, for me, there is a direct link between good debt restructuring, good debt negotiation. There's a correlation between that and those social sectors that you have already identified. You know, if we go, I am a big believer in giving nation states, you know, the right to determine how they invest their resources and getting their citizens to hold them to account. If you go to a country and a country says that I want, you know, my debt relief to be a debt swap for climate or a debt swap for education, that's fine. I'm very happy to respect that, because that's the nation state's decision. What I feel slightly nervous about is when we sit in Washington or London or New York or wherever it is and set a blanket position for a number of countries on how, you know, their debt relief should be utilized. So that would be my best point. I think we need to look at that. The second point on, you know, how do we ensure continuity? Look, the G20 is bigger than, dare I say, the G1, okay? So, if the G20 makes sensible choices and salient choices, and it can take them into tangible, actionable plans. Because let's also not assume that the G20 is a panacea for all. A lot has been agreed at the G20 that never translated into real action. We need, you know, common framework, case in point. Major review on how to overhaul the common framework. Again, approved by the G20, action limited. If we can get the G20 to get some real agreement around debt restructuring, around some form of debt suspension initiative, around some structure around, you know, improving the cost of capital, and we can, you know, the G19 can really make progress on taking these recommendations into action at the IMF and World Bank spring meetings, at the G7, whatever the next decision-making point is, at COP, etc. I think we can withstand what happens at the next G20 if it is led by the US, who do not fundamentally believe in a lot of the things that a number of us are pushing the G20 to drive for in South Africa. We can withstand a year till it moves to the next country, which I believe is the UK, and which has signed up to a number of these priorities that we are all pushing for in South Africa.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Join me in applauding our panelists. Thank you so much. It's a real privilege and honor to host you, Dr. Sembine, Dr. Mervis. We're lucky to have you, and thank you so much for your expertise and for sharing with us. We've come to the end of this panel discussion. Allow me to hand over to Mahadi, our main moderator. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. A round of applause for our moderator, please. Sure. Yeah. We've taken in a lot. We've heard powerful insights, but we also need to hear, colleagues, voices from our youth. It is important to hear what our youth have to also say. What would they like to share? This is, of course, a challenge that at our next seating, let us engage with our youth, Father Charles. Let's bring them on board. Let's pick their brain. Let's have an understanding, on their thought processes, what goes on in their heads. I have 4 children, and 4 of them want to leave the country, want nothing to do with leadership positions, want nothing to do with politics, want nothing to do with the government. And I've always asked them, but why? This is your time. There may be opportunities presented to you. Their response, Mommy, do you want us to clean up your mess? You've created a mess. Are you then saying we should clean it up? That's the response that they give me. That the adults have created chaos. And now you're presenting us and dangling a carrot, saying we've got opportunities, there's positions, leadership positions, and you are leaving us to clean up a mess that was created by you? No, thank you, they say. Hence, I said earlier, it starts with self. Thank you to each and every one of our panelists for illuminating what many global institutions still refuse to name. That the debt crisis in Africa is not just unsustainable, it is immoral. What we've just heard is not only theory, it is a truth backed by lived experiences in some cases, and economic clarity. When a nation spends more on repaying debt than it does on its people, it's not development, it's devastation. We are reminded that finance cannot be detached from morality, that economic models must be accountable to human dignity, that odious extractive debt is a sin against the poor, and silence in the face of that sin is complicity. The time to polite diplomacy, colleagues, I'm afraid is over. What we need is prophetic courage to demand a new global architecture where debt works for the people, not against them. Let us be very clear. Africa is not asking for favors. We are calling for fairness. We are calling for justice. And as we move towards the Cape Town Declaration, which has brought us all here, this conversation must be a turning point, not just a talking point. We spoke about this, that we are tired of talk shows. We now need to see action, implementation. May this be a moment where the G20 hears not Africa's pain, but Africa's power to reimagine the global order. Thank you once again to our esteemed panelists for calling us to an even higher moral ground. We've heard the truth, and now we must carry it into every policy space that we occupy. Colleagues, we will now break for lunch. Apologies, we will break for lunch. Please use this time to not only nourish your bodies, but to connect, reflect, and continue the conversations sparked this morning. Lunch will be served at the same venue where we had coffee. And we kindly ask that each and every one of you returns by 3 p.m. If I may, can I have a word with the colleagues that are going to be running the third session? Thank you very much.
So I will get to the
After this, we needed to.
You know what? I'll ask that they just keep them for long.
If you are moderating and you just let them go on. If you let them, that's how the brain works. If you tell them, they will otherwise, you're doing a very good just to say that. So maybe you have to not give it. Excellent. But just say we are hoping. That's prepared. Are they here? They are on
Check with them. Yes. And then
let's try and spend some time. So after lunch, obviously, we'll spend 30 minutes giving the room the opportunity to breathe.
Come out, then say something. Oh, yeah. Professor, how are you? Thank you. You were together. There was another candidate. Professor Maniraj. Excited to see this. Welcome. How are you? Good. Would you like that midnight? Yeah. Expected. Yeah. Perhaps there. But at least you had a good time with the family. Just go. Or come and say something like this. What's your expectation?
after lunch sessions are usually really, really difficult to moderate. And I hope that you will be energized. What we've actually decided on is that we would like to hear from you. We would like to hear from you, your thoughts, your inputs, your comments thus far. You've heard, you've been, listening to the presentations from a variety of specialists. Having listened, what else would you want included? Are there further questions? We will have the next 30 minutes, 30 minutes, allocated to you. However, we recommend that please, if it is a question, let it be succinct, to the point, and short, and also indicate who you would love to answer, your inquiry. But for now, let me just go around asking what your thoughts are. Any inputs, any comments? Oh, Father?
It's all the themes we dealt with this morning. It's not just the debt.
Yes.
Yeah,
I did say from all the presentations that we've actually been listening to. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So I love the morning by the professor from UCT on how debt affects us. But what I missed in his presentation on the impact of illicit external financial flows, i.e. corruption, okay? Because if it's 88.6 billion USD, that's a whole economy of a country. So how does that impact to our us being sustainable? And then number two, I'm hoping the expert in the room can be able to get into this. Is it Veronica, the lady who spoke last, Vera? She spoke about us being able to trade among ourselves, adding value. I think even the good professor said that. But now, with the trade wars that are going on between China, Europe, and America and Canada, what happens to us, okay? Because we are trading, like we're talking about lunch, the tariffs that have just been slapped on Lesotho, okay, the tariffs will cripple Lesotho to death, okay, while China is taking leverage on this and removing all the tariffs. So what happens to that, okay? I would want to talk, but maybe I'll talk a bit later about children, and I love what you say, the correlation between debt and services, social services. As a key recommendation, I think as a thing, we need to show that if you giving us debt, you're killing our children. It needs to come out as a clear recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Osmabatu?
Thank you very much, Mahid. I think also I want to make comments from Prof. Chitonge. In the presentations that were presented today, my issue is these are the recommendations that's going to go to G20 summit. Now, with these recommendations, number one, how are we going to ensure that they actually sit there? But number two is that, all the discussions of today are not new discussions. That's why your children will say you sold us out, because it has been coming over and over again. What can, as Africans, practically do to claim back our resources in the midst of the challenges that we know? You know, the graph that he was showing, that continuously says the minerals are here. The expertise is also here, because when they bring that aid does not come on its own. They are creating jobs of their own citizens with the aid they're bringing to Africa. So how are we, do we have a strategy as Africa to say, maybe 2025 is not the year, but in 2026, on this date, we would have organized as a continent to start the value chains on our mines to ensure that nothing leaves the continent raw. Prof. Jeff didn't, I think with G20 of 2020, he was saying the biggest challenge that we're having as a continent is that even though we're 1.4 billion, we have 1.4 billion in pockets. Because the population of Africa, if you look at the population of India and China, if we were a block, so how do we move away from these borders that has divided the 1.4 to use that 1.4 as a muscle to talk to the Trumps of this world?
Thank you very much, Osmarato. Is that question directed to Prof again?
Not to everybody, but yes, because we spoke about it.
Because of the presentation as well. Okay, great. Ndade?
Also, I think I'm directing to Prof, but also I think Jeffrey could have answered it. I don't believe at all what he's saying, Jeffrey, Professor Jeffrey, that we should just borrow more. I don't see how borrowing more on better terms will help us if the little we are borrowing is not used effectively. And if we don't mention that, I think we shall be like political activists, not actually moral inspirers. The second, which I think goes to Professor Chitonga, one would ask you, who is preventing us to do all that you are suggesting? And why are we taking this to G20? G20, there is only one African country, and maybe AU. But Africa has spoken about all these, including the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which we, as Africans, do not implement. So now going and telling all these people, you know, we must, what should they do? Who is preventing us from doing what we know is right?
Prof, I hope you're ready. While Prof drinks his water, the elephant in the room is corruption. The elephant in the room is lack thereof of collaboration. The elephant in the room is where are the other African states while we convene as this think tank. We need to be united. Collaboration is the new currency. Without collaboration, we cannot even barely scratch the surface. When we go to the G20 that day, we need to go as one voice, not many voices. Yes, the G20 is on South African shores, but it is not for South Africa, it is for the African continent. The elephant in the room is where is the rest of Africa? Prof, are you ready?
Thank you very much for those questions. I shouldn't be the only one to answer, so other people should chip in. But illicit financial flows, yes, this is an old problem. And there have been some strategies to try and address illicit financial flows, partly because it's like the continent that is bleeding. And anyone who is losing blood, that is the lifeblood, you won't be healthy. And you can't grow, it's unsustainable. One of the problems with this is that it's both sides. The African leaders enable this to happen, the illicit flows, but also the financial trading system allows this to happen. And one of the biggest way in which it happens is what we call the transfer pricing. Now, the transfer pricing is a glorification of a tax evasion mechanism, which is literally a crime in any country. But we entertain them by giving them these big names and fancy names, but they literally, at the end of it, they are committing crime. And we, as the African government, African people, we allow this to go on. So we have what we call in 2015, the Thabo Mbeki, the former South African president, chaired a panel of experts to try and estimate the illicit financial flows. And they produced what we call the Thabo Mbeki 1 report in 2015, and they gave us figures and all that. So we've just finished the Thabo Mbeki 2 report that is expected to come out in September to be put out by the African Union. And one of the bigger problems we have faced in this is that there's literally zero cooperation. So the Thabo Mbeki 1 report made some practical recommendations on how to reduce, you can't eliminate it completely, but reduce illicit financial flows. And they set up mechanisms and platforms where African governments, after signing up to some agreement, none of them has implemented those resolutions. So it's a big problem, up to today. Trade wars. So the trade wars are sort of a double-edged sword. I always say that the trade war is a warning shot. And one of the good things you can say coming out of Trump is that he says it the way it is. There is no hiding behind. So what he's basically saying is look after yourselves. If you can't, no one will look after your interest. The US would look after its own interest, and make America big is the mantra. Now, if Africa doesn't get it together to say, what is it that we can do? Because the US in these trade wars is not promoting African interests. Neither is the EU, neither is China, neither is India going to promote the African interests. So it's the African to say, in this, what is it that we can do? And this is where I go back to this idea of collective agency. Because unless we as Africans wake up and say, what is it that we can do? Then China will come here and do what the Europeans did. And 50 years down the line, we will still be saying, oh, our gold is still flowing out. And they'll make more money than us. So the trade war, in as much as it appears like Trump is punishing us, but he's telling us to wake up and say, get your act together. And at the African level, actually, the initiative started much way before the Trump trade wars. The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, Free Trade Area, is one instrument through which you can actually counter the effects of the trade war. If we can increase trade within the continent, and I know that the continent is a small market in terms of but it's a market that is actually growing. For food alone, we are talking of almost $800 billion food for the continent. And so if we can exploit that, that can give us a little bit more leverage. We don't have to go and beg America to sell chickens there. We have a lot of people on the continent to consume chickens, to consume wine if you want, to consume grapes and fruits and so on. And so we have that opportunity. And I don't want to go into the details about the FCFTA, but it's an opportunity. If we can get our act together, it gives us much more leverage in terms of what we can do. The discussion is not new. Yes, I agree. What we've been saying here has been said for a long time. People like Nkrumah, wrote actually in the 60s that Africa must, actually from the 50s, Africa must unite. That is the only way out. And so what we are saying is not new, and we need action. The biggest problem is that perhaps we have grown so comfortable in our individual colonial boundaries that we find it very difficult to take a Pan-African approach or strategy. That is problematic. So do we have, the other question was about what can we do, who is stopping us from doing what we have mentioned here? No one, actually. It's up to ourselves. And from my own view is that the politicians perhaps have no incentive to act on what we are discussing. But we, as citizens of Africa, perhaps we should begin to make those demands, because politicians respond well to demands. And if we make demands in large numbers, the politics is a game of numbers. If there is a mass that begins to demand and say, we want action, get your act together, and we want to see a lot more collective action on the continent, I think that is possible. If we wait for the politicians, we wait for another century. They will never get this done. William Ruto had a very exciting idea at the beginning of, during last year actually, he went around saying, one of our problems is that we are not giving the AU the powers to do things on our behalf. That we African heads of state, we are still clinging on to power. If we can create a supranational forum like the AU to give them power to make decisions. For instance, if we agree that we have created a free trade area, every African country should allow the goods from another African country to come in free. But 2 weeks ago, Tanzania was imposing tariffs on South African products. Kenya was fighting with Tanzania over the flights. So where are we doing this? But that's a problem at a political level, and I think that's where the issue is. And for us as African citizens, we should begin to demand more. And a forum like this is where we generate ideas and begin to share with one another. I know there are people from different African countries who have come. We share with one another and say, we want to make these demands on our governments. And until we do that, we won't be making very big headway. Speaking with one voice, the strategy, the continent has actually several initiatives that were meant to create more synergy between African countries, not just the AfCFTA. It's not just at the continental level, but at the regional level. In terms of value addition, which is one of the biggest problems, is that the AU created what we call the regional economic blocks. Your SADC, your East African Community, your ECOWAS, your IGAD, and so on. And in those blocks, we have what we call, at least 4 of them have what we call the regional industrial policy. And for SADC, we even came up with a roadmap implementation in 2019, and we outlined 7 key sectors, including pharmaceuticals, agro-processing, mineral beneficiation, and others. And we were all excited in Gaborone when we made to say this is what we're going to do. If you ask me today, what have we done? Perhaps not much. Yeah, let me end there and somebody can add a comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Father?
And I think you really, just to build on what Chitonge is mentioning, I think both are important. Africa's agency, as well as needing to reform the global architecture. Because if we don't reform the global rules that determine outcomes for us, we will remain boxed. We need to reform. But probably what we are moving on to is that in order to do that much more strongly, we need to be together to strengthen African agency the AU. But also, I'd like to add that beyond Africa, there's this thing called South-to-South cooperation, the G77, the group of Africans at the UN. Maybe these are channels that we need to leverage coming from this meeting. We have the AACC. They have a strong advocacy wing at the Africa Union. The Catholic Church has the same, and several other groups. So maybe that's where we should also begin the agency. Those of us who have that leverage at the AU, the AACC, the Muslims, the Catholics, if this year, if we can go to the African Union and say, put your act together, group yourself, but also bring in other South countries like in the G20, there's South Africa, there's Indonesia, there are others. Bring them on board. And if you bring all these, they have, like what you're describing, I mean, South Africa alone has 90% of the world's platinum. Why can't we squeeze the world until this platinum is not going anywhere until you reform ABCD? So maybe before the bishop goes to Nairobi, and we have a bishop here, we start thinking of how we can strengthen this African agency and then bring in South-to-South cooperation. And then lastly, one other thing that I suggest we can do here is to come up with what you call like a scorecard. In business sector, they have this scorecard to measure impact. So we can create for us some scorecard, advocacy scorecard, so that when we meet next year, we gauge, we say, where have we moved? So that, like the Prof is saying, we don't have to go back and start all over again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Father. I think a question from my end. Yes, sister, I see you. I'll use South Africa as a case study. 80% of our country's population is Christian. If I'm not wrong, it has probably also increased to around 82% or even 84%. That on its own is already an indicator. Now, I'll take it to the rest of the continent. That's probably similar. Where I'm trying to go is to say the church on its own is extremely powerful. However, a question was posed yesterday. How do we define a Christian? When we have to now peel this onion. I can be a Christian, but am I carrying my cross? Am I acting like a Christian? Am I being Christ-like as a Christian? 80% or even more of South Africa's population is Christian. That says a lot. Father, now, how do we peel the onion? Fine, 80%, but what does it mean to be a Christian? What are you doing? Sister was actually sharing even earlier. 90% of government employees are Catholic. Close to that bishop. Yes. Are they practicing? Because some of them are politicians. Where's Professor? But for now, let me give to Sister.
Thank you so much for the discussion that has been going on. And it has just given me some stress that exactly like we just asked, what is the role of the church in this? But then one question to you, Professor, is I agree with you that we we are a rich continent, and that recently I read a report, that's a UN report that says we should not look at Africa as a distressed continent. So I'm just asking myself right now from all this presentation that how can we strengthen domestic debt markets to reduce reliance on external borrowing? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else before Prof responds? Oh, sorry, I missed you.
Thanks very much. So forgive me, I wasn't in the room for the previous presentation, but just 2 points. So there was a movement called Jubilee, right? For those, and I mean, the churches were instrumental. And we said cancellation of the debt and reparations. The debt is not ours. So I think we need to really start engaging. If you talk about the churches, historically Brazil had a very strong labor movement. We know that labor has been, there's a major onslaught from capital side on labor. But the people that are leading the Brazilian society are the churches. And they are progressive. And the communities are following the churches, believe it or not. So there's absolutely a room for faith and the churches to lead, without a doubt.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up to now, I think the question of migration, it was mentioned in passing, Prof. Chitonga mentioned that, and I think there are lots of resources involved in the issue of migration. You were saying talking about the revenues. You mentioned the figure of 95 billion as opposed to 89 billion, which comes as aid. And we're not tapping on that. Actually, what is happening more and more is the criminalization of migration instead of embracing migration as one of the treasures that could be used to stop going to the Western world with cap in hand and start being self-sufficient ourselves, because we see that our people in diaspora, they bring in more resources than the actual aid itself, which has actually tied our feet in our hands and made us dependent more than independent. And secondly, I think the issue of governance, good governance, it's a problem that we need to talk about. I mean, Mahadi mentioned corruption as one of the factors, or the elephant in the room. And over and above that, good governance is a problem in Africa, for the mere fact that we cannot even appreciate each other and best practices from the governments in Africa. The other countries in the African continents, and make sure that there is collaboration and cooperation, meaningful collaboration and cooperation, which will improve the lives of the people. It's an issue. The issue of wars, which destabilizes and force people to leave homes, and where there is political instability, where there is wars, people are reluctant to invest, because you don't want to invest in a place where there's no stability. And you mentioned our regional bodies, the SADC, the ECOWAS, and all that. At some point, we thought ECOWAS was moving in the right direction, especially with migration. But we're now beginning to see challenges as well. SADC has not shown really the desired fruits, has not produced the desired fruits. And for me, it looks as if it's more disorganized than any of these regional bodies that we have in Africa. So, and then you have obsolete legal frameworks, which are not beneficial to the poor, especially the poor, and are not helpful in transforming lives. So it looks like a whole mess. So what's your take on that, and what is it that we can come up with to change this whole negative tapestry that I've kind of put? And lastly, I think the moral and the ethical perspective of things, it's also an issue. I'll leave it there for now. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming again. I think I want to go back to the question that was asked by Father here. Why are we taking this to the G20? But also I think Father Stan responded a little bit, because what I like that I'm hearing is the collective agency. And I see this starting a movement, whether it's the SADC region, whether it's the AU region, there is these different organizations that can say we will go and influence policy at the regional level, at the UN level. Because G20, SG20, what is the status of G20? I mean, it's people meeting. But in terms of holding them accountable, there's no accountability there. But we've got accountability structures like the AU and the SADC, the ECOWAS. Now, my issue that I think we also, as we're thinking this collective agency, we are in countries that, because we don't even trade among each other, we're getting those chickens that have brine inside that is not even healthy in our countries, that we're buying in dollars. So I want to come back to dollarization of the economy. And that dollar that wakes up in the morning and decide, for this country today, I'm adding 50, and for this country, I'm going to add 1,000 without anything. So as African continent, when are we going to have a currency that works for us, that is not controlled outside the continent? Because the dollar is not a currency that wants to see development of the continent.
Thank you so much, Asmabato. I think also what's key, following Father Rampi's comments on governance, it's also important, Father, to also follow that up with monitoring and evaluation. Fair enough, but we are here as a T20. We need to demand M&E. These are our lives that we are talking about. Perfect example, South Africa is 31 years into democracy. Can we point a few things that we have seen? Any improvements within the 31 years? A lot. However, taking it a step further, I shared that Africa as a continent is around 19.3 years old. Do we have a strategy for our youth? Osmawatu spoke about, I must say though, I'm glad you're here. She's the former advisor of our Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. With that said, we as Africans, we're never taught to trade. That is the truth. But we are very good consumers. We are very good spenders. That is systemic and systematic. It is sadly drilled into us. It is sadly in our DNA. We have a very good model of trading with each other. We are still struggling. We can't, because we were never educated to trade with one another. So for the 19.3-year-old, we need to start educating that 19-year-old. Back in the day, if you went to a vocational school, you were considered not intellectually challenged, let me put it that way. And it's not the case. We were, in actual fact, being helped. Hence, the vocational schools have closed down in actual fact. They're no longer operating. It is the education system that we also have to reconsider. Prof, are you ready?
Just a few points, yes. So the question on strengthening Africa's debt market, that is critical, I think, of what we were speaking about earlier. Partly because the graph I was showing there, that Japan's debt is almost 400% of its GDP, but it doesn't have the debt crisis. South Africa's debt to GDP ratio is around 76%, and we are beginning to see the crisis and 40. If you compare, then there's something wrong, partly because Japan, 92% of Japan's debt is borrowed from internal resources. That's why Japan has no debt crisis. And the reason why Japan is able to borrow internally is because it has developed its financial sector. It has financial depth, and it can borrow from insurance funds. And when it issues treasury bonds or bills or other instruments that the government puts out to raise money, they are bought by Japanese. Yeah. When we issue those instruments, they are bought by Europeans. And when Europeans buy them, they are denominated in euros or dollars. Those are the major two currencies. And once you don't have enough of that, then you have a problem. And this is why what Dr. Songwe was saying earlier, is that let's develop, let's improve or strengthen the liquidity systems within Africa. We make money available, tradable. And I was referring to a cross-border trading when you get the $4 trillion that's whatever it is, if you get that into a capital market, then we can float it across the border and we'll have more liquidity in the system. So that's one way of strengthening our market, and we can borrow even at a much lower interest rates. Last year, the UN Secretary General, Guterres, made a statement that we knew, but when he made it public, everybody was like, he was saying basically that Africa borrows at 4 times the actual interest rate that the US borrows at, and as far as 8 times Germany, because German economy is much stronger, and so it borrows at much lower. So that means we pay 8 times more what Germany pays for borrowing on the capital markets. We pay 4 times more than what the US pays to borrow the market. If we can get our own liquidity facility, we will be able to borrow at much more lower rates. And then for the rampant, yes, the issue of migration and remittances. So remittances actually surpassed aid in 2012. That the money we were getting from people in diaspora has been much higher than what Japan or the developed countries give us as aid. 2012. So for now, it's actually a huge gap that is opening up. And that, of course, emphasizes the importance of the African diaspora. But the African diaspora, again, we should see it as a resource rather than a drain. Usually in the 90s, we had this idea or narrative of a brain drain. Yeah, but you can see that as a resource, because if you mobilize that resource, so the AU has this idea of the African diaspora as the 6th region of the African Union. But we haven't followed up at the country level. One country that has done tremendous job at doing that is Ethiopia. For those of you who have been following, the Renaissance Dam was built with only 20% money borrowed on credit. The rest of it was mobilized internally, but also the Ethiopian diaspora. Ethiopia has a huge population in Canada, And the government had to send people there to go and mobilize and say, this is our dam, we are improving the infrastructure. They mobilized, I don't have the percentage, but a huge amount of money came from that. And so it's again about policy. Our government have to have policies that look at these things in a better way. But at the African level, like you're saying at SADC, we are not making much progress in terms of seeing these as opportunities where we can actually, I was in Senegal 3 weeks ago, and with some colleagues from Japan, we were in the queue going visa on arrival. In Senegal, this idea that you go and then you get visa on arrival. So I'm in the queue there and visa on arrival, and my friends from Japan, I see them just walk through and get their visas stamped. And they're all going. And here I was in the queue for almost 1.5 hours waiting for a visa on arrival. And I get there, I said, how did you? He said, oh, we don't need visas. But that's African reality. If you are US coming in, you don't need a visa. But if you are coming from Zimbabwe, coming into South Africa, you will spend 2-3 days trying to get, or 3 months even, trying to get a visa. The same, if you're going to Ethiopia or wherever, there's all sorts of things that we've imposed on ourselves, partly because of the policy. And lastly, on the dollarization, so the currency issue is a big issue around the continent. At the moment, of course, we haven't formed a monetary union, a single currency. That's way long before. Let's not even speak about that. If we get there, it will aid some of the problems that we have, but it's going to take a long time. What the African Union has done is to introduce a payment system as part of the FCFTA, because when the FCFTA, what's happening in the FCFTA is that when South Africa trades with Kenya, you have to mediate the payment through the dollar system, and it has to go to some US bank. Well, the international bank, the Bank for International Settlement, the BIS. And so the Kenyan buyer of South African goods will have to instruct the Kenyan bank, and the Kenyan bank will instruct one of their banks in the BIS or with the reserves to effect the transaction, pay, and then that money will be routed to South Africa. So what the FCFTA has done is that actually is expensive, and it creates pressure on our mega reserves. So what they've done is to introduce what we call the Pan-African Payment System. The PAP system, which will be literally that when you trade, you can trade between Kenya and South Africa in Kenyan shillings or rand. And the Afrexim Bank has accepted to be the clearance house, because all what you do is you debit this bank if they have reserves. So debit this, and that will make a huge difference. At the moment, the PAPS was actually initiated in 2021. Its operation, about 2% capacity. So there's some trade, there's a little bit of trade that is happening, but most of it is still going through the conventional way, where I instruct Standard Bank to pay somebody in Kenya. It has to go to the US, go to the BIS, and then the BIS will debit the accounts, and all this is in dollars. And that doesn't do justice to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you for all the comments, the inputs, the questions, and the responses. And one other shocking find, Prof, is that China is owning almost all of South Africa's ports. Ports. With that said, may I please invite Mr. Garth Peary to come on stage. He's our next session moderator on poverty and debt, which is part 2 toward a G20 framework of debt justice. May I also request that all the panelists come forward without wasting much time. Ndate Garth, please come forward. Thank you very much. Can we give them a round of applause?
Ngiyabonga kakhulu Mama Kati. Ngiyakhuluma kakhulu. Thank you very much. So I will arrange my panel. I would ask that maybe we bring forward 2 more chairs as we come along. But first, just a short introduction of the second part, which is entitled Poverty and Debt. And this is a CSO framework of looking at the same issue. So we've had the technocrats in the first part. Now we want to see a CSO perspective. And so this session, led by civil society and faith-based groups, will propose a people-driven solution to Africa's debt crisis, drawing on moral and social justice principles. So without further ado, let me begin to arrange the panel. And so firstly, may I call forward Professor Maniraj Suktavan. And Professor Maniraj is a professor of theology and director of the Center for Faith and Community at the University of Pretoria. Professor, could you please take your seat? Yeah, anyway, please, feel free. Professor will talk about the ethical imperatives for debt cancellation and solidarity rooted in theology and Ubuntu. And he whispered to me that he has a very strong perspective based on the book of Leviticus dealing with issues of Jubilee. So let's give a welcoming hand to Professor Maniraj. May I call Dr. Daniel Mwamba. Dr. Daniel is the Executive Director at the Jesuit Center for Theological Reflection in Lusaka, Zambia. Dr. Daniel will talk about policy proposals from the grassroots, including issues of fiscal transparency, inclusive debt forums, and climate debt links. He will be assisted in this by 3 other panelists whom I shall introduce in a moment. So, Dr. Mwamba, could you please come and occupy your seat? Dr. Alois Madekeni runs the Silvera House under the auspices of the Jesuits in Zimbabwe. And he's been involved in extensive research more recently in the form of the feeding program in schools and relationships dealing with the drought that struck the sub-region in the last year. But today he's here to talk about issues of debt and debt restructuring. Dr. Alois, could you please come forward? I forgot to give a hand to Dr. So the 2 doctors, please. Thank you. Perhaps someone who might not need any introduction because he was already visible in the morning, but I will still introduce him. Mr. Wesley Chibamba, Policy and Advocacy Officer, Caritas Zambia in Lomé, Togo. He's a member of the Africa Jubilee Debt Campaign, and we welcome him forward. Let's give him a hand. Lastly, but not the least, Mr. Isaac Mwaipopo, Executive Director for the Center for Trade, Policy and Development in Lusaka, Zambia. He's a coordinator also for the Africa Debt Alliance Secretariat based in Lusaka. A big hand for Mr. Isaac. Thank you so much. Completely imbalanced. Lopsided.
We have many candidates.
Many candidates to balance up. I will beg the indulgence of Father Charles and Madam Kani. Should we balance up the the panel? Maybe at least add. We'll get to that stage later. The MC herself. Okay, so we'll pack up the panel again some more later. So, as we can see from the resumes, we have a very capable panel here, and so I'm going to proceed to speak about the sessions or the session objectives. So, in this session, we hope to advance moral and people-centered frameworks for resolving Africa's debt crisis. We hope to highlight the lived impacts of unjust debt systems on communities and development priorities. We also hope to introduce and rally support around the Cape Town Declaration on Debt Justice. And lastly, we hope to propose actionable reforms for a more transparent and equitable global debt architecture. So those are the objectives. And perhaps before we delve into a conversation, we want to be as relaxed as possible. All the panelists here had a chance to beam up their slides and talk to us on a technical level, but we felt that we needed to approach it differently in the afternoon, especially after a heavy lunch. We want to have a more interactive session. So I'm going to begin now with Professor Manirav. Could you kindly share with us what you consider as the ethical imperatives for debt cancellation, solidarity rooted in theology, and Ubuntu?
Thank you. No, thank you very much for having me here. It's a privilege to be here and to participate in this conference, in this symposium. Ethics. I think it's a massive word that one can throw around. And if you are a religious person, I think my sister mentioned that about 80 to 84% of Africans are religious, and certainly we are. We are religious. We have the highest religious percentage in the world resident in Africa, and that includes the Christianity, it includes Islam, and a large proportion would also be the indigenous religions. And when I'm saying the large proportion is because when one looks at Christianity and Islam and the syncretization that has taken place within those two religions and the indigenous religions, so you'd find the indigenous religions have become very part and parcel of the whole discussion around issues on religion. But I think what's important with the ethical imperative, and I'm not going to touch on the Jubilee because I think we have colleagues that are much more versed with that than I am, but maybe I can just touch on the principle of Ubuntu and the ethical principle of Ubuntu. And I would think that we'll have an opportunity later to talk a little bit deeper about Ubuntu. But the major concept of Ubuntu is basically, I am because we are. I am part of you, you are part of me. We do not separate each other. And maybe later in the conversation, I can go into a deeper detail about the concept of Ubuntu. And then we can look at the corruption, we can look at the West, we can look at the East, and then we can frame our ethical discussion around the concept of Ubuntu.
Thank you so much, Professor. And I'm sure that strikes a note with the concept of solidarity, which is one of the pillars of the G20. So Ubuntu will be maybe the cultural and African framing of the same concept. May I now turn to Dr. Daniel Mwamba. And I would like maybe to ask Dr. Daniel about your perspectives as someone running a CSO that is very completely grounded in issues of social and economic analysis in terms of pricing and impact on poverty in Zambia, for instance.
Thank you very much, Gathpiri. Also want to just echo the words that Professor pointed out, that it's a privilege to speak at this conference and to exchange views. As the JCTR, one thing that is important for us is to bring to conversations like this one, policy conversations, the realization that, we all love numbers. I love numbers. I love looking at numbers. I love reading numbers, hearing them. But when all is said and done, to realize that we are talking about people here, living, breathing human beings. We're not talking about numbers. I liked what Professor Chitonga said, how we've used words to, if I may, to hide some things. Instead of calling something as stealing, we call it corruption. It sounds better. Okay, so instead of saying people are suffering and dying, we say there is poverty. Then we throw in a number, a statistic. People are not numbers. They're human beings. They have dreams, their feelings, and more importantly, for those of different faiths, traditions, we believe that human beings have dignity which is inherent in them. I don't confer dignity on another person. They don't confer it on me. It is something that I'm born with, and it shouldn't be taken away. So our work, even as we have a discourse around debt, around poverty, is this emphasis that it is real human beings who are affected, mothers, children, boys, girls, our brothers, our sisters, our grandparents, our neighbors, people we see and live with. That is something that we wish to bring to this dialogue and to this conversation, that this is something that affects human beings. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Daniel. So the centrality of the human being in the discourse should never be lost sight of, and we need to continually place the human being at the center of everything that we are doing in relation to the G20 and in relation to the proposals that we are going to be making. Dr. Alois Madekeni, so insights from Silvera House, from the margins to the table, faith-based mobilization for just and inclusive debt reform. Your word on that.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair. It's a pleasure being here to talk about the work that we're doing at Silvera House and how it's related to the conversation we are having here. Silvera House is a social justice center that is run by Jesuit priests. At Silvera House, we are equally assist with the problem of public debt. I will just give a short account of the work within the context of Zimbabwe, which I think is a very interesting case study. I come from a country which is in debt distress. The government was stubborn at some point, but at the moment it has been brought to the table. There's a restructuring process that's going on. This is a very technical process, which involves a lot of meetings, closed-door meetings. They call them high-level meetings because you only go there upon invitation. If you're not invited, you don't attend, so you don't know what's going on there. So this is a process of restructuring a 21 billion debt that the USD that the government of Zimbabwe owes to members of the Paris Club, the non-Paris Club, and so forth. 60% of the debt is external, about 40% is domestic. Of the 60%, about 61% of the debt burden, it's interest arrears and penalties. To restructure this debt, there are conditions. And the conditions that there should be reforms. They are in three categories. The first one is governance reforms. The second one is economic reforms. And the third one, a very interesting one, is to do with land tenure and compensation of white commercial farmers who were dispossessed of their land during the fast-track land reform program. So to show commitment to this reform process, the government has to make good to the promises. It has to demonstrate once again when they meet that they've made good, they've paid the compensation. They are also conducting economic reforms, which include a staff-monitored program by the IMF, and some governance reforms that include electoral reforms, as well as the rule of law and respect for human rights. We recently participated in one of the meetings, and we realized there's a huge problem insofar as the process itself is concerned. I'll cut it short because I'm seeing Gareth is looking at me and go straight to my point. So realizing the power that the church has, we decided to leverage, to harness the power of faith leaders insofar as putting pressure is concerned. The government alone is not going to make it because the rules are very tough. But simply because there's no people power behind, it's hard to negotiate, to advocate as individuals. Even as we sit in this room, it's us as individuals, but need to demonstrate that they've got the people behind you, the masses behind you, raising the people power. And when you look at the Afrobarometer survey results, when people are asked, how do you trust the following? Top of the graph is the religious leaders. They are the most trusted people in Zimbabwe, and I'm sure across Africa. How much knowledge do they have about the process of public debt restructuring? What is that they are doing? How are they engaging the government? So we then engage in a process where we empower them with information. They raise awareness, and they also engage with the government and other multilateral actors. Thanks. I'll stop here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alois, and some very interesting insights from your presentation, but particularly the last one. The most powerful sector may or may not be well equipped with the requisite knowledge to make effective changes, and so Silvera is taking it upon themselves to capacitate that segment of religious leaders. So thank you so much. I was actually curious, Professor, when you omitted Zimbabwe from the indebted countries in your graphs, and I was saying, what's going? I don't know how many people noticed that Zimbabwe was not there. And I turned to the rapporteur. I said, why is Zimbabwe missing? And she said, maybe they hid the statistics. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Mr. Wesley Chibamba, and he's going to briefly talk to us about the role of Caritas and the Africa Jubilee Debt Campaign in mobilizing communities and influencing policy. So lessons from recent campaigns. Mr. Wesley.
Thank you so much, Gareth, and good afternoon, everyone, once again. So perhaps in answering that question, I could talk to you about the global Jubilee Debt Campaign that Caritas as a federation is championing. I already did mention in the morning that we exist in all of these regions, and as you can imagine, other regions such as North America, they are not so much affected by debt. Europe, Caritas Europe, they are not so concerned about debt, but then they stand in solidarity with Africa, with Latin America, with Asia, and those countries. So this Jubilee year, the Pope Francis, before he passed in December, commissioned what is called the Global Jubilee Debt Campaign. So this is a campaign that has been going on, even if the other regions are not so much concerned about debt. We have been engaging them because most of the creditors are domiciled in those countries. So this Jubilee Debt Campaign has been using a petition. And maybe I can already point you to some of the resources that we're using. I mentioned the Jubilee report. If you go to the Initiative for Policy Dialogue, Columbia University, you're going to find that publication there. Or in your browser, you can just type Turn Debt into Hope. That is what the Jubilee Debt Campaign is called. It's called Turn Debt into Hope. You are going to find very useful materials there. So the idea is to have a very consistent message. This debt campaign is targeting strategic political moments throughout 2025 and beyond. And obviously, we are talking about the G7 meetings. We're talking about the G20 meetings. We're talking about the Bonn Climate Conference. We're talking about the UN FFD, Financing for Development, that will be happening in Seville next week. We're talking about the COP30 and all these other strategic political moments. The message is the same in the petition. One, we need to stop being apologetic about debt. So instead of using all these terminologies like restructuring debt and whatnot, we are saying for Africa, you need to cancel the debt. Yes, it might not be nice to hear. Maybe for those that are, creditor countries, it might be not nice to hear, but we can't be apologetic about this anymore because it is an issue of justice. It is not an issue of charity. Whether we like it or not, there are some historical injustices that happened to Africa that puts her in a position where she is right now. So one, you cancel debt. It is unjust and it is unsustainable. And the creditors are not going to die if we don't pay that debt. But Africans, if they continue to pay that debt, you are impoverishing them. Number two, reform the global financial architecture. The prof was here talking to us about how the IMF is not doing their job right. We're talking about debt sustainability assessments and all of those things. They have to be restructured. Number three, we need to have a UN debt framework where all UN affiliated countries are supposed to be brought to the table. At the moment, what we have a problem with under the G20 common framework, some creditors are not coming to the table to come and negotiate. And the process is painfully slow, and there are a lot of things that we need to change. Number four, there has to be mutual accountability between the debtors and the creditors. Sometimes there is predatory lending from some of these countries. They know that a country is at the risk of debt distress, but they still give them money. You've got to be responsible. How do you give someone money that you know that they don't have the capacity to pay? But also now we have seen a rise in commercial lending. So some of these entities, what they do, they will buy off your debt for purposes of suing you as a country when you're unable to pay. So they need to be held accountable as well. While we are speaking to that, also our countries that are borrowing, they also need to be responsible. We need to hold them to account. We need to strengthen our public finance management systems. And I think this is where issues of corruption and lack of accountability were coming in. But then there are a lot of other things that we need to take into account. And that is what this Jubilee Debt Campaign is about, to engage the policymakers, to engage the people. The Prof. Chitonge talked about, for example, the biases in terms of the credit ratings for Africa. Most of our countries are in red. So we need to have independent, credit rating agencies that are going to put us where we are really supposed to be. There are certain things also around transparency in the system. We need to have, for example, global debt registries. Who are these creditors? There are some hedge fund managers who literally hunt down debt and they buy them. So we need to know who owns this debt for South Africa. Who owns this debt for Zambia? We need to have global debt registries for purposes of transparency. So when we talk about reforms to the systems, those are some of the things that we're talking about. And to this effect, this is what we've been doing in terms of engaging different actors within this space throughout the year. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wesley. Indeed, a very interesting perspective on the global architecture and all the machinations organizations such as BlackRock are involved in and all the voucher funds. I will turn the mic over now to Mr. Isaac Mwaipopo from the Africa Debt Alliance, and he reflects on the key proposals for the G20 debt justice framework. But in this, on this particular moment, I would like him to talk a little bit about independent debt workout mechanisms as a sort of prelude to our discussion this evening.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. And I come from the Civil Society Debt Alliance, and we happen to have actively been working with like-minded institutions to provide alternative options and thinking with regards to how the debt situation could be resolved in Zambia. For those of us that might not be very familiar to the Zambian debt story, the brief facts about it is that as around 2019, the Zambian government came to a point of accepting that the debt that we had was becoming unsustainable, and there was need for us to chart pathways in terms of resolving the situation. So we had found ourselves in a situation where close to 90% of what was being mobilized within the country was actually going towards two things: paying of salaries for civil servants and paying debt. Actually, in terms of the composition for debt, close to 50% was going towards paying of debt. So mostly when our policy makers, ministers, including the president, met in cabinet to discuss development aspirations for the country, it was discussions that were situated within the remaining 8% of the resources. I'm sure you would understand how tricky that situation would be for a child that is waiting for a basic bridge for them to go to school, or even provision of basic necessities in our country. So that pushed the government to start exploring options, and when the G20 common framework was formed, somewhere around 2021, Zambia became one of the first few countries to apply for treatment of its debt under the G20 common framework. And we technically just became like an experiment ground in terms of how debt can be restructured. It is a new framework, and as a result, this framework has had a lot of teething challenges, which have equally gone to affect the way the country has also been trying to go about this whole process. In the first place, there are some limitations that it came with. One of the limitations we observed is the lack of clarity in terms of the guiding framework, the rules of engagement. It wasn't very clear in terms of what was expected of our country, private sector, creditors, as well as the official creditors. There was also lack of agreement in terms of the other basic rules of engagement, such as comparability of treatment. How fair would you be to creditor A or B? And some of those came into play during the process of trying to resolve the debt situation. But more importantly, there were also geopolitical issues at play. Some of the creditors that we owed money as an institution are very powerful creditors. China. And if you look at China in terms of its history, it has not had the experience of resolving debt for a number of countries. And there were all those fears that how they treat Zambia, it would have a bearing with regards to how the other countries that they've given money to. And that created a lot of inertia. It also coincided with a change of an administration within our country. And there were growing concerns in terms of our positioning as a country. Are we more inclined to the east, or are we more inclined to the west? And some of those started playing a part with regards to how our situation was being looked at. So some of the challenges that we have observed in the last 4 years that Zambia has been seeking for solutions have related to the following. One, limited creditor participation. So there are no like firm guidelines where you're compelled to participate. So bigger players like the private creditors from China, they would miss negotiations. So you only get to have conversations on how to go about the debt depending on availability. There's also been lack of debt transparency, both on the creditor and largely on our part as well. So that made it very difficult for us to even have a good understanding in terms of what we engaged ourselves into and what the terms and conditions for these debts that we had obtained looked like. Coordination problems, I have spoken to this, but equally issues related to the limited scope. So the observation is that this framework has tilted more towards low-income countries, but there are other countries that are classified differently, such as middle-income countries, which are equally in debt and equally need to resolve their debt. But there has also been limited linkage of the debt towards even global commitments such as sustainable development goals, the implications that this debt has been having, but equally looking at issues of slow implementation. If you look at the time that we applied for treatment of our debt around 2021, this is 2025. In between, the country has had a severe drought to an extent that even if there were some gains that we could have scored, these become eroded, especially if we look at how the global economy has become highly unstable due to wars that are happening and so forth. So these are some of the gaps that we've gone to observe, and we have been making recommendations to address some of those in the best interest of highly indebted countries within the continent as well as outside the continent. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Isaac. I think as you have seen, this is a very multifaceted approach that we have from the panelists, and each one addresses a completely different aspect of what we call the debt problem. So I'll be sitting down with each one of them and looking briefly to perhaps explore some more on the ideas that they have brought out. As we have seen, Professor Maniraj comes in with a religious and cultural focus on the issue of justice and solidarity in relation to debt problems. Dr. Daniel looks at it from the perspective of the centrality of the human being who has a face and a name in the issues of debt. We look at Dr. Alois Madekeni's presentation as basically looking at the authority issues and legal frameworks that the government of Zimbabwe is involved in trying to grapple with the problem of debt. So putting together the statistics and the strategy to address the debt. Mr. Wesley Chibamba looks at it from the perspective of the Global Caritas work, the partnerships that we are able to forge with people even outside of the continent of Africa, and how these partnerships can be leveraged to begin to speak boldly to power, truth to power, and to challenge the traditional images, traditional ways of thinking around the African debt, and indeed to advocate for a clean cancellation rather than just a postponement or a restructuring of the issue. And Mr. Mwaipopo then looks at the issue from the perspective of the common framework and how the experiment, which initially targeted Zambia and Togo, seems to focus more specifically on Zambia because there were some unique features which then would have created a sort of framework for treating other countries. And he has also shown the headwinds that we have faced in that process, the difficulties of putting all the creditors in one room, or the official creditor committees. They had to be several of them, taking a complete break from what had happened before in other restructurings. So let me sit down one-on-one with the gentleman here, Professor Maniraj. So, Ubuntu, I am because we are. And because we are, therefore, I am. What sort of message should be packaged around that concept as we go to the G20 summit hosted by South Africa?
Thank you very much for that. I think, therefore I am, is very much a Western philosophy. I think it was Descartes that mentioned that. And we seem to be completely opposite in our thinking. I am because we are, the concept of Ubuntu. Now, I always ask this question. What happened to the concept of Ubuntu when our own Africans sold their people to slavery? And then the concept behind that is, and it's a financial concept, where there's a market, there will be sellers. What happened to Ubuntu? We sold out our own brothers to slavery. Corruption. I was doing some statistical work earlier, and maybe the good professor can bring us more up to date. There are so many different figures that is branded about on corruption. The Daily Maverick, way back in 2021, I think it was, suggested that South Africa has lost almost $700 billion since 1994 to corruption. The Defense Web suggested that $60 billion is lost to illegal money laundering. $160 billion is lost to corruption. Where is the concept of Ubuntu? Why are we selling out our own people? Why are we stealing from our own people? Another concept around Ubuntu is our politicians are damn crooks. Whenever they make a decision, we have become so skeptical that we are always asking the question, how much are you benefiting from that? Corruption has become a way of life. So the question is, I am poor because we are poor. I am rich because we are rich. And here's a challenge. And the concept of Ubuntu seems to be just thrown around for convenience, because we want to make this impact to say, I'm an African because of Ubuntu, and I believe in Ubuntu, but it is just a word used for convenience. Here's my challenge. The world says, I think, therefore I am. It's all about the individual. It's all about capitalism. I don't have a problem with that, but how it's accumulated is where I have a problem with that. Us as Africans say, I am because we are. Now, I think charity begins at home when it comes to the ethical principle. What if we say to all those in Africa that are billionaires, how much are you going to plow back into our economy for developing of the other? I mean, I don't have the statistics, but I can imagine in Africa there are many billionaires, probably there are trillionaires as well. I'm not too sure if there's such a thing as trillionaires. What if we hold them to account on the concept of Ubuntu to say to them, why don't you put back 50% of your profit to build schools, educate our people, to provide decent waters, and so forth and so forth? Would they do that? Would our own African businessmen do that? Would our own politicians say, for the sake of Ubuntu, I am prepared to cut my salary by 50% because I'm serving the people. I mean, and I'm talking from a South African perspective, and my goodness, we've got a massive cabinet. We've got a massive parliament, and billions goes down there. In other words, they are no longer serving the people, they are serving their pockets. What has happened to the concept of Ubuntu? Just a final thought, and I was going to touch on this. I thought my two brothers would probably engage with that, is the concept of the year of the Jubilee. But here's something to think about. I'm not a financial person, but here's something to think about from a religious perspective. We talk about the concept of the sabbatic year, which is every 7 years. Here's a suggestion. Why do we have to wait for the year of the Jubilee to ask about death cancellation? Why don't we look at the sabbatic year and say, 6 years, do your business. The 7th year, stop doing your business. Whatever money you owe, let the people have it. And those that are our creditors will say, okay, we do not charge you interest for the 7th year, but prove to us that that interest that you're using is for the benefit of the people. So we don't have to wait for 50 years to do that, because I think that's also very unethical. But then our countries that have just been mentioned would have been sold, and is currently being sold to China.
Thank you so much, and that's a very frightening prospect indeed. Something we can only contemplate in fear and trembling. It seems to me that Professor Manirav really speaks to the issue of greed, unbridled, raw and limitless greed. And so I'll ask Dr. Daniel to somehow explore this concept of greed in relation to the food basket that you prepare. Like, what are the push and pull factors leading to the imbalances and the extremities that we see in our context as Africans? This gap, ever widening gap between the wealthy and the indigent.
Thank you, Mr. Piri. As I respond to your question and building on what Prof, the foundation, the very strong foundation that Prof has laid for us on the discussion of Ubuntu, you know, I said that we want the human person to be at the center of any discourse, including the discourse around debt and the effects of debt. We know that we want every human being who has that dignity, inherent dignity, to flourish. Okay, so let them live in such a way that we give them all the support, the social support from government, from family, from everybody around, so that, you know, they live their life to the full. That's what St. John tells us, John chapter 10, verse 10, life to the full. Okay, so we want to make sure that education is provided for this person. If they're not feeling well, health services are available. And of course, general, you know, living conditions. Talking about living conditions, we know that, you know, things cost money. Basic necessities cost money. And that's where your question comes in with, you know, the cost of living. So my center, Jesuit Center for Theological Reflection, does a survey where we track the cost of living month in, month out in 16 towns around Zambia. We call it the Basic and Nutrition Needs Basket. So our question basically is, you know, what if for a family of 5 in the context of Zambia, what do they need to barely survive, just to barely make it? You know, if at the end of the day, if they said, well, or at the end of the month in this case, if they say we made it, we had something to put in our stomach, something to eat, what would that figure look like? And what we find are very sobering figures. We're talking about basic necessities, nothing luxurious. And if we bring in debt, you know, things get really complicated for these families. Just to give you a bit of context, in 2024, for those of us who love numbers, I mentioned that I do love numbers sometimes. For every 100 units of currency that came into the coffers of the Zambian government as revenue, our currency is called kwacha. For every 100 kwacha, 44 kwacha of that went to servicing debt. Now, the other 56 is, we haven't even started. You know, Prof talked about salaries here. You know, others have mentioned the huge, you know, wage package that is paid to the civil service, right, for the work, for their service, the service that they give to the country, to the public. We haven't even divided that yet. We are looking at, you know, close to half of this. Mr. Maipopo mentioned that we are in the process of restructuring debt. We haven't finished restructuring debt, and we are already paying 44 of 100 that we collect. The government projects, and all of us, of course, agree that once 100% is restructured, we are at 91% now. Once that happens, they expect debt servicing, of course, to resume and to go even higher. We are wondering whether we won't come to the 90% that he talked about. So what is happening? You know, if we talk about access to health, especially for those that are really poor, that don't have any, you know, insurance policy, health insurance or anything happening, yes, there is a mandatory, you know, by law, everybody is supposed to have, everybody working in formal sector is supposed to have an insurance package, and it is helping. I agree with that. But what's going on is that because the money that then, you know, this trade-off, this impossible choice that is presented before us, where the government has to choose to service the debt, what's happening is that, you know, a lot of people who go to especially public hospitals, sometimes they just go to die. You know, for those that especially are affected by conditions in which time is sensitive, cancer, for instance, you know, you find very basic, I'm talking about basic equipment and machinery, scans. You know, people just lie down and wait. If the scans are there, if the equipment is there, what happens is that, you know, drugs are prescribed to them, and guess the next thing that they are told, we don't have the drugs, you have to buy elsewhere. That's an added burden to already the high cost of living that you mentioned. The same thing with schools. You know, schools are no different. By the way, before I go to schools, recently we learned that the government was unable to employ just a few more 100 doctors, not thousands, not millions. That's on the backdrop of a huge backlog of doctors, you know, and other medical professionals. They couldn't do that and went into an endless, you know, almost turning ugly altercation with the Medical Association of Zambia. That's how, you know, a debt affects that common person, that poorest person. Schools are no better. We have a good policy in Zambia. It's free education from grade 1 to grade 12. Now, grade 8 to 12 are now named Form 1 to Form 12. Fair enough, and that's good. Because education has been made free, everybody then, you know, flocked and went to public schools. There's been no corresponding investment in building of schools and, you know, putting up corresponding equipment, laboratories, and so forth and so on. And so you have classes that have, you know, weird and wild teacher-pupil ratios. 1 to 144 for those who are inclined to scripture. There's a school we went to, and we're talking about urban areas and peri-urban areas. We're not talking about areas that are rural and are in the outskirts. You can imagine what is going down or what is happening, you know, there. Families are forced to make impossible choices in the face of where they don't have, you know, adequate insurance, where the kids go to schools, where, you know, the quality is compromised. They don't have enough money left over from what they earn, whether they are in the informal sector or whether they work. And by the way, for those who work, the recent most labor force survey tells us that the average income of an average Zambian who works in the formal sector only earns about 50% of what our survey says is needed to cover the basic needs. I'll say that again. To cover the basic needs, bare minimum, those who are working, those who are in formal employment, only earn something that covers just up to 50% of that basic. So if we bring, these compounding factors, we have another survey that we do called the Satellite Home Survey, where we ask families, households, people, as I've said, to say, look, how do you survive in these harsh conditions? And what we hear are things that sound like they're out of this world. Some families take turns to eat meals. Others have to choose that, no, today we'll give the young ones to eat, and the elderly, or at lunch, only the elderly will eat. Those who are much stronger can eat tomorrow, or they will have something lighter, and so forth and so on. Let's not even talk about savings for families or investing. That is something, that's not a conversation you can have with these families, with these human beings. This is where I end, but it is something real, as I said, for us. When we talk about the effects of debt, it is something that affects the persons really in a real way, especially those that are poor and marginalized. Thank you.
Thank you. Very thought-provoking indeed. May I ask that you write down your questions? I think we might have a chance to take 3 or 4 questions when I've finished with the panelists. So I hope you are keeping your questions. Dr. Alois, it seems there is a lot of mystification around what the government of Zimbabwe is doing in terms of debt. And there is the attendant suspicion of the masses as to what exactly the government is getting up to. What is your impression of this standoff between, what you think the government is doing and how people perceive that kind of mystification regarding the debt? And maybe a follow-up question to that would be, how do you think this will impact our discussion on submissions to the G20?
Thanks. A very interesting question. So one thing that I forgot to mention in my earlier submission is that there's an angle that we often ignore or that we do not see, that the discourse when it comes to public debt in Africa, I see that a lot in Zimbabwe, is that it's at an elitist level. It's something that is discussed in a room like this one. But it's not something that you will find being spoken about by communities out there getting worried about it. We recently conducted a research in Zim, trying to link governance with public debt, try to understand how much do the people themselves care about the debt. You'll be surprised, the majority of them, when asked whether the debt should be suspended or not, said, no, debt should not be cancelled. Because it's being contracted by these irresponsible people. They steal the money, they are corrupt, but they don't see that it's going to bite them. The government is forced to overtax. You see, the government is forced to repay and neglect social services at the expense of the very same people, so they don't see it, which also shows that there's a lot of ignorance amongst the people. So there's a lot of education that needs to be done to the people themselves. Then there's also a need for a lot of transparency. I'm trying to link that with the business of the G20. There's also a need for transparency in the debt restructuring process itself, rather than it being done in closed rooms, by a few people. It should be a transparent process. And it should also be an inclusive process. Inclusive not only in name. When I look at the table to say who is participating, then I see the Zimbabwe Council of Churches. What is it that they're going to be doing? What is their role? Do they just participate as observers? Or do they give any input in the conclusions which are made? So you then see that there's a lot of token participation in the restructuring process. Can it also be made real? I'm also looking at this as, I think, as a safeguarding issue. The issue for public debt, it's a safeguarding issue. Do no harm, simply because there are power differentials. There are power imbalances. We may like it, we may not like it. It's the truth. We saw it during the COVID-19 pandemic. We also where the resources went to, because now they're getting real. You see, so the same applies to the issue of public debt. The power imbalance is real. So we're talking about African countries which are desperate and do not have the leverage to negotiate. The last meeting to restructure the debt in Zimbabwe, the United States did not attend. China did not attend. There were diplomatic problems involved. So I then see that these are victims. So I look at African countries as victims themselves. So it should also be looked at it from a safeguarding position, where we should not do harm to the common people on the ground, in as much as we are trying to settle scores at a political level, in as much as we are structuring the rules of the game when it comes to economics. The global financial architecture should be reformed like that. Thanks.
Thank you. I really like that point. And I think that it really ties in with what we have heard from the first two speakers. First of all, the do no harm principle. It's a matter of international justice. That the same way the global systems operated to save the Western world with vaccines and drugs during the pandemic, it's the same way that it exposed their inertia when it came to dealing with the harm principle that is that has befallen many African countries. And I think I particularly like the view that the American government and the Chinese government stay away from the date negotiations because they are trying to punish the government. But who ultimately gets punished? It's the common person whose life spirals out of control due to overtaxation, due to taking on, due to absence of basic services in society. Let me frog leap Wesley, because the question I need to ask Mr. Isaac is very close to what Dr. Alois was talking about. So, Mr. Isaac, your focus was on the processes that involved the restructuring of Zambian debt, and a lot of misinformation, but also a lot of miscommunication happened. One day the government is celebrating that we have restructured the debt, and then tomorrow we hear, well, not quite so fast because there are a few countries that are holding out. And so we are always starting to restructure from 2022. This is 2025? 2021. This is 2025. The debt is still not restructured. And maybe the question that I would like to ask, tagging on what Dr. Alois talked about, the involvement of civil society beyond tokenism, that is. How robust is it? And are you, as the leader of the Civil Society on Debt Restructuring Alliance, are you getting your word in when it comes to that issue?
Thank you very much. So if you look at the way the restructuring has been done, it's done under the non-disclosure provision. So both on the part of government and the creditors, there is no compelling reason for them to disclose fully in terms of what they are discussing. So that leaves a lot of room for a lot of speculation and also fears in terms of what is being discussed and potentially what benefits it might deliver on behalf of the people. Already, like Father Mtali has indicated, preliminary statistics are indicating that even with the amount that we have restructured, we don't seem to have resolved the problem that we're trying to resolve. And to some extent, it might also be suggesting that what has been happening is more of an academic exercise that would have ultimately benefited from opportunities that would have allowed many to participate in this conversation. So with regards to engagement with non-state actors or just the general public, there have been less platforms created for such engagements. It has been more from our end as civil society organizations trying to reach out to request for platforms where information can be shared and ultimately we can share our views. What has been happening more of has been periodic updates. It's more like coming through to give you an update after 3 months or 6 months. This is what we have done, but there's less of an approach to say this is what we are thinking. What do you think would be the alternatives? Would it be the best way to go about this process or not? And that in itself has been a big concern on our end. If you look at some of the campaigns we've run in the recent past, they've always summed it up in this phrase of saying, they borrow, we pay. So if they're the ones that are borrowing on behalf of the people, then why not engage the people so that ultimately their views, their thoughts can feed into that process? And equally of concern with us is just the reform fatigue. If you look at most of the countries that are highly indebted, there's just a blanket way in which they go about the process of providing assistance. It's reform, reform, reform. And we do think that there should be a point and a place where we should also realize that there is also some reform fatigue. These countries have continued to reform. Every cycle there is a request for them to reform, and these reforms are often touching on very strategic sectors, and in many cases these are sectors that these countries are expected to open up. In the name of FDI, you find that they are losing control of strategic assets that would have otherwise helped them to resolve some of these problems.
Thank you so much. And I'm glad that you have raised the issue of reform fatigue. And I believe that it's not unique to Zambia or Zimbabwe or, I don't know, South Africa, that it seems to be a general malaise at the global level. And so I come now to Wesley. So your thrust in this debt discussion has been not only to forge partnerships across the oceans, but also to challenge institutions, to challenge mentalities, you know, to upset the apple cart, as it were. You mentioned that if the lenders are not paid, they will not die. But if the debtors pay, they could actually die because they are taking away even meager resources. Now, my question to you will be on the issue of these non-disclosure agreements that the IMF is forcing countries to sign. Is that being done in good faith? That's question number one. Question number two, what would be your proposals around the disclosure agreements?
Thank you so much, Garth. So these are some of the issues we're talking about. The NDAs are a part of the problem because they hinder transparency. Why do you want there to be a non-disclosure to the agreement that you made if the agreement is in good faith? So these are some of the things that we need to change, and we're talking about debt transparency. So one of the other things that we are advocating for in our Jubilee Debt campaign is immediate suspension of all debt payments as well as interest payments as negotiations are going on. There has to be suspension. Countries have to stop paying debt. Then that might help quicken the process of resolving these issues. If the debtor, the creditors want to be paid, then they'll come to the table, and then these issues are going to be resolved. For Caritas, this is also a human rights issue. The fact that the country lacks fiscal space to provide public services is an affront to human rights. People have got the right to health, to clean water, to food, to all of these things. Now, an average person depends on public services for them to be able to survive, for them to be able to meet and realize their human rights. They do not have private solutions to a common problem. The rich people do have private solutions to their problems. So a common person cannot access services because the country is being held in a chokehold. They have to make payments on debt. They've got to make interest payments and all of those things. So among the things we are advocating for is suspension, immediate suspension of debt repayments to try and give these countries some bit of breathing space. As Caritas, what we work towards is integral and sustainable human development. But we are finding it difficult to achieve that because the countries don't have fiscal space to invest in education, in health, in social welfare. They don't have the fiscal space for climate action. They just don't have enough space to breathe and to be able to serve their citizens the way they are supposed to serve the citizens. The issue of non-disclosure, it is about debt transparency and it does not help. And those are things that we're trying to change. But then if you look at the G20 common framework on debt, there has been that inertia. It's not giving the people the kind of relief that they need and that they deserve. And that is why there has, of course, other people are saying we cannot create a parallel process, but there is strategic thinking towards thinking maybe we should locate this debt framework under the auspices of the United Nations. It might be able to compel countries to behave in a certain way. Now, this debt discourse has been going on for some time. It's not that people don't know what they are supposed to do. But the people who control capital, the people who make decisions are benefiting from the status quo. So we have to move towards a bit of a radical shift from the way things are being done. Whether we like it or not, of course, these are uncomfortable conversations when you are in certain settings. There is an ecological debt that has to be paid by the global north. They go to where they are on the back of African countries by destroying the planet and plundering resources. There is an ecological debt that they have to pay. When you look at the global order, there is enough money in this world for a person not to go hungry. But that money is lying with 1% of the population. So how then do we make people change? How do we have those systemic changes to ensure that the system is balanced? So that's why you hear us talking about reforms to the global financial architecture, to the systems and what. The systems are rigged in that way. And for us to achieve any meaningful change, we need to change those systems. You find that people in the global north, they are highly consumeristic. They have a larger carbon footprint than a poor person in Africa. So the issue is, are they willing to change their lifestyle so that a child in Africa can eat? The answer is no. So how do you compel that kind of change? How do you change the systems so that the systems are being responsive to the challenges that we are facing as a country? So we are taking this to the G20, but we want to locate this debt framework with the UN so that maybe we can manage to compel certain countries, certain creditors to come to the table and sort of effect the kind of change that we want to see. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's ending with a bang. Excellent point. And I think you are at an IQ breakpoint right there, Wesley. I think what Wesley is basically saying is, let us calculate the debt that the global north owes us. They are able to calculate what we owe them. Let's begin to look at what they owe us. And it's not just an ecological debt, it's also a historical one. He mentioned how our continent has been plundered for centuries. Why don't we put that in figures and compare who owes who? You know, it's quite a radical maybe approach to the issue of debt restructuring and to the issue of the G20. We are strapped for time. I would have loved to have a very good engagement, but we still have a few things coming up. We need to draft we need to draft some key messages for our Cape Town Declaration, and that's going to be part of our plenary. But so that we don't go completely with our hearts burning, I would like to accept only 2 questions from the audience, and please indicate who should be the recipient of those 2 questions. The lady's hand went up first.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Miranda, and I'm a recent IT graduate. And I must say a lot has been said with regards to the debt crisis of the African continent. And as a youth, it's quite overwhelming, I don't want to lie. It's clear that the roots of the crisis has been identified, and solutions have surfaced. And now the question is, as the youth who are the future of the whole country, the continent, what can the G20 do to ensure that as the youth we do not make the same mistakes that our elders did that has landed Africa in this crisis? Thank you.
Sorry, I think we said another lady.
Oh.
Sorry. There's one here.
Okay, thank you. It's not a question, but maybe one of the panelists can comment. I think it's also just bringing to the fore in terms of the impact of debt restructure and how it impacts preparedness. So bring it back to how climate change is basically the biggest problem we're facing because it's affecting people's livelihoods. And when we look at preparedness, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, there's very little preparedness. And what has happened is that climate shocks is actually moving people back into poverty. So the droughts that we experienced in the 2024-2025 season, for example, has moved some of the viable farmers back into poverty. And we don't have the social protection measures that actually target people that are considered to be doing well. And so they won't fit the bill of the current social protection mechanism. And because the government doesn't have the fiscal space then to program for this middle group, we find that actually what is happening is that they are falling back into poverty, selling their assets at very low prices, and so that is really impacting our poverty fight. Zambia, for example, poverty rates at 60% and going up, and we see that this group, which is supposed to be resilient, is being impacted by climate shocks, but there's really no programming targeted at keeping these people out of poverty, and it gets back to the debt restructure issue. So maybe one of the panelists can comment.
Thank you so much. Miranda, who should we direct your question at? Anyone?
Maybe we should ask her the question.
The question was...
No. Maybe we should ask her the question because...
Oh, we reflect the question back to her? Oh. informed that since you are a graduate, you are old enough to answer that question. Would you like to have a crack at it?
I would say from an IT perspective, for example, when it comes to the Ecological Impact Fund, a concern was raised about how are they going to monitor and maybe maintain the green tech innovations that they'll be investing in. I believe robust IT solutions can be implemented. This includes implementing emerging technologies such as blockchain, data analytics, and yeah, maybe be it building applications that can implement sort of accountability to, you know, to help track how these funds are being allocated, as well as when it comes to maybe the issue of how can the youth not, you know, walk in the same steps as our elders. We could maybe have youth programs which can help, we can have youth programs that can teach us on better morals, on, you know, gaining a better picture and helping us change our perspective and our thinking and, you know, have it be faith-based. Because currently we live in a world whereby there's a lot of noise in the world, and the messages that are being brought to us is sort of selfishness, you know, work hard, no one cares about you, and also that brings upon greed. It breathes greed into our hearts. So I think when it comes to faith, we could have more youth programs that help us fight these voices of greed that are being perpetuated all around us. Thank you.
Out of the mouths of babes. Just a moment. Let me, I'll come back.
Thank you so much, panelists. I'll speak to Prof. Because I'm also an Ubuntu scholar, so I just want to make a comment and agree with you that, of course, Ubuntu would actually talk about debt justice, not just debt payment, because it is really, it's against this hyper individualism, as you have just said. So I guess I agree with you that Ubuntu would actually ask whether it is just to demand payment from these African countries which they have incurred this debt out of exploitativeness and colonial era condition, right? So that it's all about promoting solidarity and ethical responsibility. And also that, I mean, we now talking about debt as in like, that does not undermine human dignity and development. Thank you. Just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you very much. So let me pass the mic to Father Daniel.
No, I just want to thank, it's Miranda, right? Just want to thank Miranda for that question and for answering the question. One thing that I say when I speak to fellow young people is that they are not the future, they are the now. Let's look to the numbers. Go and look at the numbers for South Africa, for Malawi, for Zambia, for Africa, and look at the number of young people that we have. So you are the now, and look at what you said, and I'm sure you have many more, and other young people have many more brilliant ideas. What those of us who consider ourselves as no longer young need to do is to bring young people on board so that we listen to them and hear. They have many innovative ideas, many creative ideas and solutions to some of the challenges that we see. Of course, they need to tap into the wisdom of those that have no experience. That's what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. There's still an outstanding issue about the preparedness for climate change, because the climate shocks moved people back into poverty. Who would like to take on that issue? Wesley.
Yeah, thank you very much. You're very right that the climate shocks do exacerbate the situation, but then it brings us now to square one, or is it zero? So where can the countries get the fiscal space to deal with these things? Because of the debt and the repayments they have to make, they cannot respond to some of the humanitarian crises that are going on. So in terms of solutions, some of them, Professor Chitonge talked about them in terms of domestic resource mobilization, be it at a national level or at a continental level, where the countries have got enough revenue to be able to respond to some of these things. So there are all these different solutions that we can put in place. But again, there are some radical solutions that are being proposed. This year, for the AU, the theme is justice for Africa and people of African descent through reparations. They are talking about reparatory justice. It's a long shot. Those that are there, Global North, they'll tell you, no, maybe our ancestors did these things, we were not there. It's a long shot, but it's good to aim for the moon so that you can be somewhere there. So because they are seeing that the systems are not being responsive to these things of debt restructuring, cancellation, these are piecemeal approaches. So they say, okay, you know what, let's talk about reparatory justice. So there are these things that are happening within these spaces that we need to tap into and see how we can push these agendas. If they don't want to have reparatory justice, then certain things like debt cancellation can be possible. So we really need to be able to tap into these existing platforms and push some of those agendas at that level, especially at the level of the G20 with South Africa's presidency right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Interesting perspective, reparatory justice, and I think that's a very key issue. Last word from Mr. Isaac.
I just wanted to add to your recommendations as countries are preparing to gather for the G20 Common Framework under the presidency of South Africa. I think when it comes to the G20 Common Framework, one of the things that countries need to take to the forum is that there's nothing common about the G20 Common Framework. The way the debt is treated for countries is on a case-by-case. That is not common. The composition of the debt that the countries have is not common. The rules of engagement are not there, so there's nothing common about that. And equally, the potential or the ability or endowments for the countries that have applied for treatment of debt are not common. If you look at the periods under which they are treating debt, there's nothing common. And maybe it would be very important that leaders should rethink the existence of the common framework and its ability to resolve problems for indebted countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much for summing it up nicely, and I think it puts the whole issue of the debt treatment into very clear perspective. There is nothing common about the common framework. We are back to case-by-case basis, which was established, I think, around 1972. So nothing has changed. The more things change, the more they remain the same. Shall we give a great big hand to the panelists? Thank you so much. I will ask you to return to your places. And now I'm passing the mic over to Mama Kati, and thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you, Dede. Thank you so much to our panelists and to our moderator. Colleagues, leaders, and beloved fellow builders of justice. Today, we did not only attend a symposium, we ignited a moral and intellectual reckoning. We peeled back the veil on a global economic system that has too often extracted from Africa, suffocated her potential, and made her beg for what is already hers. From climate injustice to crushing debt, we saw clearly today that our pain is political, but our solutions are possible. And more importantly, our solutions are African. Underline the word can, with a capital C, capital A, and a capital N. We heard of the promise of a green innovation fund that could rewrite the script on climate finance. We confronted the moral violence of unsustainable debt, and were reminded that what is owed to our people, education, health, hope, can no longer be compromised. But let me be clear, colleagues, this is not the end of the conversation. It is the call before the charge. As we prepare for tomorrow, when we do more than talk, we declare, we commit, we chart a continental path to the G20 and beyond. With that said, allow me to please give the microphone to Father Charles so that he can give us an overview of tomorrow. And Sister Ginosi also requested, I'm not sure if Mary is here, if all the bios, the short abridged bios of tomorrow's panelists be shared with her. With that said, Father Charles, please come onto the stage.
You come back. Good afternoon. You still look strong. Thank you for your resilience. Yeah. Another hour. Yeah, I think she has wrapped it very well. Just to make a further comment on that, if we could give ourselves a chance to reflect on what we're hearing. And tomorrow there will be rapporteurs who will help us to bring out the salient features of the conversation, both from the panels as well as from the audience, because we want to listen to one another that way and see what we want to say to the G20. Yeah? So our able rapporteurs will help us to distill those issues and help us to articulate something that we can take forward. We are thinking together. We are working together. And there are 3 issues. So far, we have dealt with two issues. And before I talk about the 3rd issue, one of the speakers today quoted Pope Francis. I think it was Bishop Buisa, that we're not facing one crisis. We're facing multiple crises. And that has been shown from the perspective of the issues that are coming up. This is causing this is causing that. including thinking about what level should we be analyzing and where should we attack. Should we be at the Africa level? Should we be at the G20? And it has just shown us that we are really facing multiple crises. And one important, to develop the bishop's contribution, one important crisis that the Pope has spoken to in Laudato Si is a spiritual crisis. And the spiritual crisis he speaks about is the fact that there is enough resources in the world, enough money, enough brains, enough everything to resolve all these issues that we are talking about, but we don't move. And that was bemoaned a lot of times. Why don't we move? Why don't we act? Those responsible and all manner of things. So tomorrow we'll talk about another crisis, the crisis of hunger. And Brazil, the predecessor presidency of the G20, championed the cause to end hunger, because there are so many hungry. I think it's 733 million or something, some big number. And in Africa, is it 1 in 5? And yesterday when I was preparing my homily, because the gospel was on feeding, I was looking also in the statistics. I found that South Africa, as it is, 1 in 4 children are hungry. And if you add undernourishment and also lack of micronutrients, it even becomes worse. How can that happen in our country when there's no war, there's so much food? And it's the same everywhere. There's so much food produced, but there are so many hungry. And one important group that this conversation wants to focus on are children, especially for us in Africa, because as we heard, half of our population are young, or we can even call it children. I think it's 400 and something million of the African population is children. Close to 500 million of 1.3. That's a huge number. So this conversation wants to see how we can, first of all, begin by ending child hunger in Africa by using school meals to make them compulsory in every school, whether public or private, so that children are able to eat at school. And that way, we will respond to all these problems we're talking about of malnourishment, undernourishment, and what's the undernourishment of micronutrients? Yeah, and that's becoming a big thing in Africa. I was alarmed last year. I was attending something on ending hunger, and the Brazilian president was there last year, somewhere in New York. And I think Bill Gates or somebody else revealed to us that this is causing cognitive problems for children in Africa, and that this problem is irreparable. Once there's cognitive maldevelopment, it's irreparable. So that such things requires to act and to do something about it. So we will deal with that, and there'll be a good panel to help us understand the issues around food in the morning, and then we'll begin to have a conversation again, because there are so many issues to deal with, and we have the G20. So one of the focuses of this symposium was, do we take all these things to the G20? Or as we heard, there was a concern that sometimes we do so much, we talk about so much, and then we end up doing nothing. So one of the proposals of this symposium in its arrangement is, can we come up with either among the three, come up with one issue that we take forward, or find a way of hammering somewhere that resolves the other issues? That's a conversation we can have tomorrow, something we want to take to the G20 to ensure that we create impact. we also mobilize ourselves, not only ourselves, but also other parts of the world through this G20 process on a particular focus that we want to change. That's what I wanted to mention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father. I close day one with these words: Africa is not rising. Africa has risen. And the world must catch up. Rest well, return tomorrow with even greater clarity, boldness, and unity. History is waiting for what will we, as a combined effort, what we will do next. There's our youth. They're looking at us. They're watching us. May we lead with exemplary actions. With that said, allow me to say, Siyabonga, 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 Siyabong, Siyabonga, Siyabong, Siyabonga, Siyabong. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. Obrigado. 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 Reale buhan. Reale buhan. Reale buhan. Reale buhan. Baya tanki. Baya tanki. Baya tanki. Baya tanki. May the good Lord bless each and every one of us. Thank you.
Sorry, before we go, we have the Ecological Impact Fund brief here. Photocopies, we shall share them, we shall give them to the ushers, they'll share with us all. The aim is just for us to get a further appreciation of the proposed fund, and also the fact that it's a concrete proposal we are making. It's not just an idea. So feel free to get a copy as people walk out. And we have been informed that there's also some tea upstairs where we were. Those who would like to have a cup of coffee. Eating and meeting.
Eating and meeting. This is eating and meeting.
Thank you. Tomorrow, 8:30 tomorrow, 8:30, and there will be transportation provided accordingly.